There we go. So again, thank you to Aethir for helping make this happen, and our other sponsors, Quill, Parasail, Huddle, Ceramic, and U2U. So thank you to all those sponsors, and obviously we're also thrilled to have a number of media partners, some of whom are in the room right now. So thank you for participating. So first, I think we got to start with a definition of DePIN. If you've been at Token 2049 here for more than a minute, you've seen lots of DePIN events and lots of DePIN projects, but I think we need to have a common definition because everyone is trying to tack onto this space here. So I think it's crowdsourced physical infrastructure that is connected in network, that provides a service, so that does not include block production. That's a kind of a critical nuance here, and that's secured and incented by crypto economics. So I think if you use that definition, you incorporate a whole number of products. You can make it a little more precise between cloud-oriented ones, storage, compute, and more network or more physical world services, but they're still services. And I think if we classify DePIN this way, it's very inclusive, but it also doesn't include a lot of projects which are kind of trying to be part of the ecosystem. And this is how Messari divides it up. And I think this is useful because there's two halves to it. You have physical resource networks, and then you have digital resource networks. And I think that is an important distinction, but all of these projects still fit in that definition that I had in the previous page. And also, notice the number of projects here. I think there's about 50. They're not 1,000. All right, and so there are a terrific number of services that will be offered and continue to be offered by DePIN, but there's not 1,000 projects here. And so that's another element to be aware. This is a relatively tight ecosystem, and I think that's really to all of our advantages. So let's talk about DePIN institutionalization. And I think this is something that is new and evolving over the past kind of 2 years, maybe a year. Certain DePIN projects have been around a very long time. Helium has been around a long time. Filecoin has been around a very long time. And over time, as in the crypto world, these projects get more and more institutionalized. And Bitcoin is not DePIN, but I just sort of mention it as a thought experiment. It started off with individual miners. Mining now for Bitcoin is done by publicly traded companies in purpose-built data centers. And a lot of DePIN projects are also moving along that institutionalization path, right? HiveMapper is moving from individual drivers to fleets are signing up to install HiveMapper cameras. Demo, also, they're collecting information on cars from individuals, but pretty soon those will be rental car companies that will put that information in. And whole taxi fleets will put that information in as well, right? It becomes a real value to a much larger organization than individuals. Filecoin, data centers, even Aethir and Akash started with individual users. They're large data centers as well. Helium is a little bit, individuals to companies. It's a little bit of a, is exactly true, but you do have groups that are built, purpose-built helium mining entities to scale. And so I think you'll see that happen more and more. And I think that's a good thing because it shows the value these companies are providing. So I think you actually want to see that happen. And when that happens, the individual users who were paid in tokens are rewarded. So it's actually a good thing to see that happen because it drives adoption. And here's another list of subsectors. It's a little tough to see this from the Messari report, but the digital versus physical. And I think you'll see all their projects that are successful and scaling in all of these different subsectors. And we can talk about, and a bunch of them are actually going to be here or have been at other DePIN days. So I think it's worth understanding that. I also want to talk about the value proposition here. And this is kind of interesting, and this quantification is a little bit overstated, but for those that don't know it, Spexy is a drone mapping company. And I just put these examples at random because I think they're instructive of the actual value proposition that DePIN companies can provide. So it takes resolution. Instead of satellites, it's 3 times better. They can map areas from drones 10 or 20 times faster than getting a satellite or a plane, and it is at least half the price. So that means you're generating somewhere around 60 times the value. Now, you can't monetize all that value, but it just gives you a sense as to how much better some of these DePIN projects are offering their products versus the traditional world. HiveMapper is far more updated and it's cheaper. Geonet is about 100x more precise, and it's 1/10 the cost. And Helium, we're going to hear a lot more about Helium than I can say, but I think the connectivity from a cell phone perspective, you know, we'll hear from Noah about that, but the cell phone, I think, is about 25 to 30% to do a Helium mobile plan versus a traditional plan, right? So real savings. And Demo is allowing a brand new ecosystem of applications across any type of manufacturer, car manufacturer. So it's a whole new opportunity. So I think when people talk about is crypto adding value, like this is what I think about, because this is massive value add that's very clear and everybody can see. And the cheapness is piece of it, but there's also much more enhanced service. And I think this is we're in a special subsector of crypto that can actually point to this. And I think that is going to drive adoption and more interest in DePIN. And that's why it's not a meme. And I think that most of crypto is a meme to one extent or other. Even layer ones, right? You're buying a layer one coin because you think it's going to be better than the next, because other people think it's going to be better than the next, and it goes up for all those reasons, right? It's not actually generating a massive amount or significant amount of revenue at all. There may be transactions. Are they real? Are they fake? Do they go through, et cetera? There's all these debates, right? But DePIN is generating revenue. And when you're generating revenue, you are going to be valued on that revenue. And then that is going to lead to a lot of focus on token economics, which I'm going to get into in my talk as well. But I think most of crypto is a meme. And by the way, memes are terrific, and they're powerful, and they're not going to go away. DePIN is different. And I think this is going to lead to our subsector having more scrutiny on it in some ways, and actually having a terrific amount of value as well. So just a couple of slides here that I stole from a friend of mine. This is exposure by fund, and you're going to see some of these funds actually on a panel at the end of today. You'll see EV for sure is on it, and DCG is on it as well. So you know, a lot of exposure here from funds, and I think you're going to continue to see exposure in the sector increase. These are the top DePINs by capital raise. Now, this is a perfect example of my previous comment. You know, I don't think Fetch AI really counts as DePIN, and I'm not sure Brain Trust counts as DePIN either, but they've made it onto this list. Other people, you know, obviously count, and I think, you know, Andrina is going to be speaking here as well. We heard Dean with the last one. Helium is following me. So thrilled to have a bunch of these projects here, but real capital deployment, real capital investment, and real value here. So I think you're seeing a terrific amount. This interest is going to continue, which I think we all know and are looking forward to. And this interest is, you know, evidenced by a lot of reports. A bunch of exchanges, you know, Binance, KuCoin, et cetera, Coinbase, have published reports on DePIN. Masari does one every year, and there's more coming out every couple of weeks. So there's clearly interest in DePIN, which is good. That's only going to ramp up. There's media interest in it, more and more articles about it. We have journalists in the room. I think that is what more evidence of that do you need. And we do our DePIN days. And we've had 1,000 people attend these over time, and I think we're going to continue doing them. Appreciate your guys' attendance here. It shows that there's, you know, continued interest. Pay attention for those going to Bangkok. We're going to do a DePIN day in Bangkok on November 10th, so hope to see many of you there. And then this is where we've done DePIN days or DePIN events of some kind. So you see we've covered a lot of the world, and we're going to keep doing it. And this is in, you know, a year and a half. So I think we're going to keep up this pace, which hope that many of you can keep up as well. Have to plug my podcast, DePINed. So if you like the speakers today, most of them have been or will be on the podcast. I think we've done about 25 episodes. So some top founders have been there, and I think there's also some top investors, you know, an attorney or two. So it's really a terrific way to get to know the space in a little bit more detail than you might hear in a quick talk here. These are usually about 45 minutes. So definitely look that up, DEPINED.xyz. So with that, I want to thank you all for coming and turn it over to Noah Prince from the Helium Foundation, where he is head of protocol. So give a round of applause to Noah.
Classic. Hey guys, how's it going? I'm Noah Prince. I'm the head of protocol engineering at Helium Foundation. I think, we came into this, I was going to give a big presentation on what our concept was for Helium v3, but I think it's actually more interesting to talk about the lessons that we learned, because Helium is, I don't know, probably one of the biggest DAOs in existence, and we came up with this proposal for how we want to move the network forward, and kind of took it to decentralized governance, took it to our community, and have since shopped it a lot. But I think there's a lot of lessons in here for general DePINs. So first, I think need to start with a history lesson. Not everybody knows who Helium is, although this is a DePIN day, so probably everybody already knows who Helium is. But Helium is, I don't think we get to take the title of first DePIN. I think there was technically one before us, but we're certainly the first that scaled massively. So originally, Helium started trying to solve this problem for IoT, LoRaWAN devices. I think probably the best example of IoT is package tracking. So this LoRaWAN signal is very low bandwidth, but it has a high range, and you can create cheap devices with very, very long battery lives. So package tracking is a great example of this. I want to just slap a sticker on a package that has a sensor in it and tell me where the package is. Up before Helium, you couldn't really do this because people were just deploying local networks. If you wanted sensors on your farm for soil moisture, you would just deploy your own hotspot and then deploy the sensors. For something like package tracking, you need a global ubiquitous network. It needs to be everywhere. And it wasn't anywhere. So how do you go and build a giant network from scratch? Token incentives. And so Helium just absolutely blew up. I think we launched in 2019 with this network, and it very, very quickly got to hundreds of thousands of hotspots. They're across 170, actually more than 170 countries now. And we've since expanded past just IoT. We've actually expanded into mobile. And so we started with this wireless of IoT and then realized that cell phone connectivity has kind of a similar problem. 5G is extremely expensive to deploy. It doesn't have that far of a range. And so it's extremely capital intensive for a normal company to do this. If Verizon wants to deploy a 5G antenna on a rooftop, they need to go talk to whoever owns that rooftop. They need to lease the space. They need to go through a bunch of legal. It's just very prohibitive for them to do that, versus with Helium, anybody can become a hotspot, right? So anybody can just buy a Helium hotspot, plug it into their existing Ethernet port, throw it on their roof, and everybody gets access to it. So consequently, we're actually able to offer the service a lot cheaper. And Helium has a carrier called Helium Mobile that if you're in the US, you can use for $20 a month, which is absurdly cheap for an unlimited data plan. So it's going great. And not only do we have this carrier, we also have this idea of carrier offload. So it's not just Helium Mobile using it now. There are 2 of 3 of the big telecoms in the US are actually now offloading to Helium. So if you are a subscriber to one of these, which is millions of people in the US, and you happen to walk by a Helium hotspot at a mall or a stadium or a coffee shop, you might actually be connecting to Helium and be offloading data through it. And this is sort of I think the biggest driver of kind of the demand side of this network. So everything's growing great. What is V3? Why change? Well, I think Helium has sort of experienced growing pains throughout its entire existence. Helium started off literally running a blockchain on the hotspots themselves, which sounds insane because these hotspots are basically Raspberry Pis. I think they made it to about 16,000 Raspberry Pis, all part of a blockchain. Yeah, it worked. hit scaling limits, then it broke. Then we moved to validators, and we had validators before fast blockchains like Solana were even a thing. And even that hit scaling issues. And eventually, we moved to Solana, and in the move to Solana, we made some compromises. The biggest one was we had to take all of the data from 300,000, 400,000 hotspots and take it off-chain and do all the rewards computation off-chain, all of the routing off-chain, because it's just simply too much data. Recently, Helium had a vote to add a new network that wasn't wireless. It's actually energy-driven. And so it felt like a good idea to have this conversation about kind of fulfilling old promises. Because when we moved to Solana and we built this centralized oracle, the idea behind it was eventually we were going to decentralize this thing. Like, we need to move to Solana so that we can actually have all the composability and we can stop beating our blockchain with a wrench. But eventually we wanted to decentralize these things. I think it's, there are probably some companies here that are trying to solve this problem as well. DePINs are interesting in that they go through a lot of data. So 400,000 hotspots, as you can imagine, create a ton of chatter. And that chatter is on the order of 15,000 to 20,000 events per second. A blockchain, even a fast one like Solana, is maybe handling like 1,000 transactions a second. So what we're talking about is a sort of Niagara Falls through a coffee straw situation. Like, you just cannot plug all of this data through a blockchain. You need something that can be parallelized. For the case of Helium and our centralized pipelines, we have it heavily, heavily partitioned. So all of the data for IoT is going through a server for a particular region. And we just don't have that in blockchain. So we came up with a proposal for how we were going to go and build this thing. But of course, decentralization is complex, and it's not cheap. And so we wanted to evolve to support basically every DePIN because we were kind of scaling, right? Helium had this idea that we were going to become a platform, a DePIN of DePINs, and we needed large economic changes to make that happen, right? Because if you're going to do nodes, you're going to have decentralized nodes, you need to have stake to them. If you're going to have stakers, stakers need some kind of returns for staking so that you have economic security. And so we made a lot of changes, or at least proposed a lot of changes. And so I think it's worth going through some of the changes, but not all of them. Some of them are very Helium specific, but some of them are not. One of the larger changes was, in order to pay for a decentralized storage pipeline, you need emissions, right? And particularly, Helium goes on a halving schedule, which I think a lot of other DePINs have sort of taken. But the problem with halving schedules is that eventually you're not emitting very much at all. And that's a problem if you're trying to do some kind of proof of stake network, because if the rewards for staking aren't very high, no one's going to stake. And then you don't have your economic security. So we actually proposed removing the max cap and switching to a model similar to Solana, where you have some kind of fixed emissions. As you might imagine, there is some feedback on that. The other problem we were trying to solve was Helium has this idea of subnetwork tokens. The subnetwork tokens don't actually get burned for the use of the network. It's the main token, HNT, that gets burnt for the use of the network. And this has created some issues because subnetwork tokens have a little bit of trouble creating utility for themselves, which creates issues where people don't necessarily want to hold those, which creates issues with governance because you want people to be holding the token so that you can have proper governance. So a lot of problems that we were trying to solve. And I think the solutions that we came up with were complicated. And then there ended up being a kind of come to Jesus moment for the community, which is it started off as this very simple thing where you took HNT, you earned it for mining, and then people would buy HNT and they would burn it for using the data. And now we have 3 different tokens floating around. We have this idea of like which token is burned for utility usage, and now we're introducing this idea of a decentralized platform. It's a lot. and it's very confusing. And that was kind of the feedback. So I'll start with sort of the least shocking feedback and go towards the most shocking feedback. I think the least shocking bit of feedback was people did not like the inflationary model and not having a max supply anymore. I think this is like, I mean, not going to be surprised Pikachu on this one, right? People like the idea that Helium has a maximum supply of 223 million. It's never going to go above that. And as usage continues on the long tail of things, hopefully eventually usage eclipses the emissions. So I think that's not changing. And we actually came back with another proposal that is a little bit less extreme than the original proposal. But that wasn't very surprising. The second bit of feedback was a little more interesting, which is there's actually a desire for people going back to just a single token system. We have this IoT token, mobile token, now an energy token. People are confused. It's all too much. And so there's actually a proposal to go back to one token. But I think the most surprising bit of feedback here was that people didn't want us to decentralize the oracles. In fact, we laid out a whole plan, laid out the economics of it, basically explained that decentralization is expensive and it's complicated, and a lot of the community came back and said, great, don't do it, we don't care if it's centralized. And this, I'm sitting here like a decentralization maxi, I'm like, well, what do you mean? Like, why are we doing this if you don't want it to be decentralized? But it actually makes a bit of sense. People go to centralized exchanges, even after FTX, they'll go to a centralized exchange. Why? Because it has deeper liquidity. People go and they put their NFT for sale into an NFT marketplace that's completely centralized. Why? Why do we keep putting our hand in the mousetrap? I think the fundamental lesson is people don't care as much about decentralization when it's in-flight funds. In other words, if I can go trade on an exchange and then I can take those funds and put them back on Solana or Ethereum where they're safe, I'm fine with that. Like, I'm fine with taking that risk while it's in flight. And the same thing was basically what people were saying about their Helium rewards. They were saying, hey, it's maybe $50 a day or something that I'm earning on my hotspot. Yes, it's at risk because there's a centralized company that controls, the rewards pipelines, but if they mess it up, it's only one day, and everything else is fine. So, I mean, I'm not sure what to make of this, and what's the lesson here, right? I don't think the lesson is let's just keep everything centralized because the users aren't demanding it. But I think there is a lesson about building endless infrastructure. Really, the massive feedback was they want us to focus on users. They want us to focus on the problem that we set out to solve, which was enabling massive global wireless networks. They didn't want us to become a DePIN platform, right? Because the total addressable market for mobile users in the US is absolutely massive. The total addressable market for the AWS bills of the 50 or so DePINs is much, much smaller than that. And so I don't think the lesson here is that we don't need to build these decentralized things, but it's that we need to build them kind of in lockstep with actual use cases. And that's what Helium has always done. We've always hit the scaling problems and then we fixed the scaling problems. And I think as an engineer, we start to see the patterns, and I've seen what Helium has to do, and so it was like, okay, this is how we take this giant chunk, this giant bite out of the problem, and fix the whole thing. But I don't think that's how they actually want us to solve it. The users want us to be solving the giant problem of getting mobile subscribers, and then take the decentralization one piece at a time. So do we have to make a giant DePIN platform with staking and everything like that? I don't think so. I think we can start with small things. I think we can, decentralize the ingest so that when hotspots are sending data, they're not sending it to a centralized company, they're sending it to something decentralized. Meanwhile, the rewards calculations maybe stay somewhat centralized. So I think as a community, my parting thoughts from the lessons that we've learned from Helium v3 is we really need to think about building use cases and getting users before kind of endlessly building infrastructure. I think there's such a temptation to build infrastructure, but you're not going to build the right infrastructure until you have the users.
Excellent. Great. Thank you very much, Noah. Just question. Is there any, are there any? And while we're here, any questions? Yes, we got a question.
I don't want to get this too deep, but we are thinking about humans. I'm representing a market basically that has the humanoid structure, and there's gonna be humanoid robots in the upper thousands and millions. And when I think about your solution with the DePIN infrastructure, you could basically use Helium like an Google app in the browser, so sorts, to you have a node running, you have interoperability between the robots and the network, you can have your data plans self-searched, you have the actual home users charging the batteries and keeping out for it, because I'm looking for a blockchain that can actually sustain the humanoid robot network, make it trustless, efficient, and you in the sector have the experience to look at a global way. Simple example, for example, when I import robots from China, they don't speak the same language as the ones in the States. When Elon is rolling out this product next year, I might have issues with clients in Singapore and whatnot, but the Helium network could really use its experience and in the blockchain, the L1s, whatever, to really maybe start on that concept and not even think about human, but on these mobile networks. Maybe you have something to say about that, because I'm rambling just here at this moment.
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting problem, right? Because you're going to have similar problems to us where those humanoid robots are producing a ton of data, just an absolute fire hose of data. Yeah, I mean, I think this problem does need to be solved, and we're probably going to start looking at solving it because, every single DePIN that I've talked to, it's actually a little bit sad because it's decentralized physical infrastructure, and the physical infrastructure absolutely is decentralized. You've got random people deploying hotspots, deploying robots, deploying whatever, but we're kind of all a little bit of CPINs, some centralized physical infrastructure networks, because I don't know of very many whose rewards pipelines are actually decentralized, whose data ingest is actually decentralized. Like, worst case scenario, we see people, the worst I've seen is someone doing it through a spreadsheet. They're literally like, I have a spreadsheet and they're sending out tokens. Best case scenario, you have something like Helium where it's very open, right? Every piece of data we ingest, we write to an S3 bucket that is, requester pays, so anybody can read it and they can verify what we've been doing. But it's still kind of a trust me, bro, because we could have been censoring messages before sending them to the bucket. So yeah, it's a very hard problem. I think it needs to be solved. It's just, it needs to be solved, one step at a time, not a giant, giant overhaul.
Great, Mark.
Could you explain the three other Helium tokens you were talking about, the power one and the others?
Yeah. So the three networks are IoT, which is sort of the original one that we built. That's the lower one, Signal, so it's mostly for like sensors and things like that. There's mobile, which is for the 5G and Wi-Fi network. That's what Helium Mobile in the US is using, and in Mexico and other countries, there are carriers that are offloading to it. There's a new one that we just had a vote, so it's not, that token does not exist yet. It's called Sourceful. The token is going to be called Energy. And it's a really interesting idea about managing power grids. So power grids, it's actually very expensive for them when they produce too much power. They have to find a way to offload it somehow. So in places like California, where everybody has solar on a very sunny day, everybody is like outside doing stuff. Meanwhile, their solar panels are churning out tons of electricity, and the grid actually produces too much. And so the idea with Energy is that you can put all of these solar panels into one DePIN network that effectively manages supply. So the power company says we're producing too much, and it starts shutting off people's solar panels. And you can also add batteries to the equation. So if someone has a battery, or for example, like a Tesla, they can say that, hey, like charge my Tesla when the power grid is producing too much electricity. And then if you have a battery, you can output into the power grid when there's not enough energy. So kind of a smoothing operation. The economics of the three subnetwork tokens I won't get too much into because it's a little bit more complicated.
Great. Well, listen, thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause to Noah. Thank you. And next up, we have Mark. Great. Please welcome Mark, co-founder of Aethir, one of our co-sponsor.
Hello. Let's see if my slides load. I guess before I start, I will just say this is such a well-run event. So often it's so difficult to hear speakers, but this is super professional. I even get an intro. All right, so my name's Mark. I'm the co-founder here at, one of the co-founders here at Aethir. We build distributed GPU infrastructure for AI and gaming companies. So let's kind of jump right in. I forgot to change this slide. I changed it last night. We did a partnership with Filecoin. It's meant to say getting to know Aethir, and this is where I talk about what we do. But long story short, I think the best way to understand what Aethir does is to look at the problem that we address, right? And the problem that we address is global compute scarcity. I'm sure you've heard this, this challenge addressed in the media. You've seen people like Elon Musk come out and say that GPUs are harder to buy than drugs. But then, you know, a couple of months later, he goes and builds a 100,000 H100 mega facility, right? So there's some rules for some and different rules for others. Long story short, it's increasingly difficult to access critical GPU infrastructure if you're not one of the big tech giants. And that's a major challenge as more and more companies, more and more builders, more and more startups do want to get in and be a part of this incredible sort of AI revolution. So this is the problem. At Aethir, we took a pretty deep look at this challenge and kind of tried to take a look at which areas we might be able to best address. And we ended up breaking the problem down into 4 key parts. The first, of course, is buy pressure, right? This race to AGI is potentially the most important race that's ever been raced, right? There is an insatiable demand for compute from these major tech companies, effectively due to scaling laws. When you're training LLMs, you just need to add more compute and more data to the equation to get more intelligent models. And as a result, these big tech companies who want to get there faster than anyone else will essentially pay as much money as it takes to get access to as many GPUs as they can. As a result of that, there's production limits. NVIDIA can only produce so many chips per year. The vast majority of the necessary chips that are required for the AI economy come from NVIDIA, and they can only produce so many of these physical devices per year, right? There are manufacturing limitations, resource limitations. They're scaling up as best they can, but there's still this gap between what's required by the market and what is being produced by NVIDIA and these other chipset manufacturers. Thirdly, and maybe in some ways most interestingly, at least I find this one quite interesting, is that as LLMs get more complex or more capable, they get more expensive to train, exponentially so, right? So ChatGPT-4 is exponentially more expensive to train than ChatGPT-3, and that is a progression that we expect to continue to occur. However, as I mentioned earlier, as these models get more complex, they get exponentially more expensive. However, within the time frame that we're seeing models go from ChatGPT-3 to ChatGPT-4, for example, and we're seeing an exponential increase in the compute requirements for that new model, we're not seeing an exponential improvement, for example, in chipset technology. We're not seeing an exponential increase in the amount of compute that's available to the market. So there just does seem to be a widening gap, again, between what the market needs and what the market's able to provide from a compute perspective. And finally, and maybe where Aethir fits in most, is actually these highly expensive, highly important pieces of equipment are often not very well managed, not very well utilized. If you're a company like AWS or Google Cloud or Microsoft Azure, you have the infrastructure to manage your equipment as best as you can, and then obviously offload that equipment to others within your network and sell it and on-sell it. So it's not a massive deal if you're them, but if you're a tech company who's purchased this hardware yourself, if you miss forecast, if you buy too much, if you have a production delay, or if you just find you're not optimizing that equipment as much as you'd like, you're pretty much stuck with it. And this is the most expensive compute that there's pretty much ever been. So it's burning a hole in your pocket. So if there was a way, for example, to take that compute that exists in data centers or tech companies, wherever they are, whether you have the capability as an organization yourself to do so or not, if we could create an infrastructure layer that allows you to very simply reconnect that compute back and match it to this global compute demand, that would be kind of a really interesting offer. So that's effectively what we built. So Aethir is a decentralized enterprise-grade GPU infrastructure for AI and gaming companies. We aggregate compute across essentially all markets, from data centers to tech companies to big enterprises, all the way through to crypto miners that have a whole bunch of old Ethereum GPUs that were previously doing proof of work on something like the Ethereum blockchain. And we make it available again, bringing net new supply back onto the market at a price that is very, very different to what you're able to achieve in very centralized solutions. Quick look at the stack. Obviously, you got the GPUs down the bottom. Our enterprise suitable GPUs are pulled into the Aethir cloud. And what does that look like from a product perspective? Well, anyone that's bought compute would understand this very, very simply, right? There's no, we're not reinventing the wheel here. You come in, you choose your GPUs, you choose your location, you choose how many you want. The main difference here is that there's incentive for you to use the token to purchase that compute. If, for example, you own a GPU that is valuable to our network, right, an H100 or an A100 or all the way down to maybe a 4090, right? Again, you can come in very, very quickly, upload and connect your compute to our network. It takes about 15 minutes, and then you simply need to take the ATH token, stake it, and it makes your compute available within our ecosystem. What I kind of like about this is that as a retail investor, it's really quite difficult to get exposure to AI or AI infrastructure, right? You can't buy AWS stock, you can't buy Google Cloud stock, right? You're kind of diluted through the exposure of all of the different things that those companies do, right? This is kind of a great way to get direct access to AI infrastructure. I mean, if you wanted to invest in OpenAI, right, you can't. Really, the only way to become an OpenAI investor is either to join the company or be a billionaire. Decentralized AI in general, or Aethir in the terms of this presentation, are a great way for the average person to get access to AI in a very direct way. And that is improving as well over time. There's fractionalized GPUs that are coming online and DeFi products that surround that. So I think there's a lot of interest in making AI more accessible, and this is certainly one way that we're doing it. So what makes Aethir different? I think purely from a DePIN perspective, the main difference is that from a very early point in time, Aethir chose to be exclusively enterprise focused, right? There's a lot of incentive to aggregate consumer equipment, right? Because consumer equipment brings consumers, right? You get a community that comes with your product that are very, very motivated and incentivized for your product to do well. The challenge, unfortunately, with compute networks and consumer equipment is it's really difficult to aggregate and create a product based on retail compute. It's difficult to sell it, unfortunately. It's hard to go to an enterprise customer and say to them, hey, we've got 10,000 GPUs that come from a bunch of gaming PCs, and we can guarantee they won't be switched off at night, or we can guarantee that this GPU won't have its bandwidth throttled because they're having a Netflix binge. So what we realized was that we needed to be enterprise if we wanted to serve enterprise customers. And it was a steeper maybe road to walk in the beginning. It takes a little bit longer to build and spin that flywheel, but it puts our network in a really unique position now, where every single GPU within our network is connected by enterprise-grade network infrastructure, or it's sitting in a data center, and we have a network of 44,000 plus GPUs now, where every single one of them is capable of meeting the SLAs of any of the major tech companies out there looking for the type of infrastructure that we offer. So what do we do? What are our products? Well, these are the kind of four main categories of our products at the moment. Top left, you've got our AI training compute. So we have around 3,000 H100s at the moment. We look to have closer to 4,000 by Q1. So that's the process, for example, of taking ChatGPT 3 to ChatGPT 4, that evolution of the capability of the model is called training. AI inferencing on the top right, that's the actual job that AI does once it's been trained. If you ask ChatGPT a question and it responds with an answer, the process of it doing that task is called inference. So we have a number of AI applications building on our compute stack as well. On the bottom side here, you have more of what I would call our gaming compute, right? So our game industry compute here is for mobile cloud gaming, PC cloud gaming, some really cool stuff in the cloud publishing side of things. And I will talk about the gaming stuff in a second, because I think it is quite unique to what Aethir does. And then we have a virtualized compute stack, which is very corporate focused. We have some big customers there like China Mobile, and we offer them some virtual phone, virtual PC solutions. So on the gaming side, this was kind of the problem that actually brought Aethir into the decentralized sort of physical infrastructure network marketplace to begin with, right? We actually started as a decentralized gaming cloud. My background was building cloud gaming networks, so was my co-founder. And we realized pretty early on that there was a really cool opportunity with cloud gaming if you could just figure out how to scale it more effectively. Long story short, there's 3.3 billion gamers out there, and 2.8 billion of them are gaming on low-end devices, right? They don't have access to really cool gaming content, right? The games that pretty much everyone in this room would say are maybe mainstream are probably games that are not accessible on the devices that the majority of gamers in the world have access to. That meant that obviously they don't have access to high-end gaming content, but also means that the biggest gaming companies and publishers in the world have limited access to them, right? So we looked at this problem, we thought, how would you solve it, right? And I think there's only kind of three broad ways that you could potentially address it. First is, of course, make everyone more rich, right? Give them all a bunch of cash. Now everyone can afford a fancy phone or a fancy PC, right? They can buy a PlayStation 5, and they can kind of engage in the gaming economy that we all kind of know and love. Probably, not going to happen. Second one, of course, is you take chipset technology, right, and you have some sort of quantum leap in that technological space, and all of a sudden it's really, really cheap to produce high-performance chips, and we can distribute them such that effectively every device that a user may have is powerful enough to kind of engage with or play any game they may want. Again, probably not very likely. But the final option here is take a technology we already have, right, which is cloud gaming, that abstracts away the hardware requirement of a user and takes that processing requirement it puts in the cloud, right, and effectively make it more scalable, right? This is a technology that already works. It just hasn't been able to scale outside of places where you can charge a user 20, 25 bucks a month for a subscription. So what we realized was if we could take this, deploy it on the back of a cloud gaming network, a distributed cloud gaming network, we would have a really, really interesting value proposition, and the unit economics would be such that we could scale this tech kind of anywhere in the world. And that's what we've done. So Aethir's very first products were actually in this space, and it's still a massive kind of piece of the infrastructure we deploy kind of every day. Some recent highlights, 150 mil raised to date, approaching kind of 200 employees all over the world. I think the biggest recent highlight for me was that 2 weeks ago, we listed in South Korea, one of only 4 tokens that's ever done a simultaneous listing across all major exchanges in South Korea, so that's great. So Aethir is now on Upbit, BitThumb, Coin1, plugged into the Korean community, which are, incredibly excited by the broader crypto space. And we also have a new product, very inspired by what Helium has kind of been doing and other product-driven DePINs, and this is the Aethir Edge. When you take a look at edge computing, right, it's a pretty challenging piece of the broader computing ecosystem, right? If you're looking at dealing with it as an enterprise for kind of edge use cases, no pun intended, it's very expensive, right? And if you're looking to create something at a consumer level, then it's really difficult to optimize for because everyone has different types of hardware, right? Everyone has a very, very different home-based setup to everyone else, and trying to plug or trying to extract a usable, scalable solution from all of that kind of diverse equipment is very, very difficult to do. So we looked at it and we said, we would love to build something that helped us activate the edge, but how would we do it? So the Aethir Edge is effectively our homogenized hardware layer that kind of standardizes edge computing, giving us this kind of node infrastructure in the same way that a Helium device does, that allows us to go to enterprises and say, hey, we have this computing layer that exists out on the edge. Do you have anything that would benefit from being done a lot closer to the user? So for example, we partnered with Qualcomm. This has their latest kind of AI-focused chip inside it. It's capable of dealing with small language models that benefit from kind of lower latency and access to kind of edge computing. It actually is capable of handling workloads within our mobile cloud gaming network, right? So it can do real-time processing of games, real-time rendering, and a bunch of other real-time processing tasks, which is super, super cool. And we've sold around 25,000 of these, but we're actively starting to scale up distribution at the moment. As I mentioned, does a lot of cool stuff. One thing that is, I think, really, really cool about this device, that's probably the worst kept secret at Aethir, but this box will mine multiple projects' tokens, right? So this box actually is currently only mining ATH, but actually it has the ability to be essentially split into a number of virtual machines inside this box, and it will be able to mine other projects as they want to get access to edge and get access to the Aethir distribution network. So this is kind of a really rewarding endeavor for an individual at the moment, but it's only going to increase as we start onboarding more and more projects into our Aethir Edge ecosystem. But yeah, that's all from me. Thank you very much. Yeah, any questions? Happy to answer.
Thank you, Mark. I think Aethir is blurring the edge, or sort of blurring the line between the digital and physical infrastructure networks, right? Because you're digital, but you're also doing physical.
That's it.
Any questions for Mark? One question. Two questions.
Hi, Mark. So I like what you're doing. However, whenever I see like a straight line chart going up, I'm very skeptical, especially after bringing crypto. Like, this is always what we expect, and what we get is it goes up, it's hype territory, it tanks, and now we're definitely in a GPU bull market. How likely do you think it's going to evolve like you have shown, and what impact would it have on your business if we go down a little bit and maybe the supply catches up? Like, how much would it actually impact your business?
Yeah, I think that, like I mentioned before, the way that the majority of the market look at this is through the lens of the scaling laws that exist within AI, right? And at the moment, and at least for the foreseeable future, the next 5-10 years at the very least, it looks like if you just continue to add compute, right, there will be kind of this linear improvement of model capability. So I don't think that there's going to be too much deviation from that at the moment. I think we've already kind of priced in as a broader economy the need for that much compute. But yeah, I think if stuff does start to get more diverse, right? If the interest in compute becomes maybe a little bit more sporadic, I actually think that decentralized networks have an advantage, right? Because we're the ones that'll benefit from more supply existing, right? The ability to kind of pull more compute onto our network. I think we're able to react more quickly to demand in different areas, right? We're not just kind of pooling all of our centralized compute in one region, like the US, for example. And I think we have the ability to adapt to new chipset technology quicker as well, right? If all of a sudden ARM GPUs become more relevant than what NVIDIA is producing, we can onboard them into our network really quickly. So I think there's obviously benefits to our model within the current framework of what we think the next kind of 5 years will look like. But I also think that if things are maybe vastly different, being a decentralized network, we have the flexibility and the speed to adapt in a way that I don't think centralized providers would be able to do as easily.
Great.
This cuts into my question, would an AI bubble actually help you with your current product? Because Sam is burning so much cash, we don't have the business models who can sustain it. But you have a very capable product to even, we call it hash price in Bitcoin mining. If the price actually goes down, it helps you with your decentralized infrastructure. So the AI bubble we read about all in the news because of the cash burn rate might not be the worst part about your product, which from a retail perspective you would never think. But it actually works both ways, right?
Yeah, and I mean, I don't think it's a bubble either. You know, I think this is potentially the most transformative technology we've ever seen, and I think the forecasting what the next 1, 3, 5 years is going to look like is incredibly difficult with the rate of change that we're seeing from these more capable models.
One more question.
Can you share more about there are 4 categories of use case. There's the one virtual PC, virtual mobile. What's the use case of that?
Yeah, so this is kind of cool. I mean, the virtual PC, virtual phone stuff is maybe quite familiar, right? I think people have seen like remote desktops and they've dealt with kind of remote desktop technology before. So this is similar to that. However, we are doing some interesting stuff on the virtual phone side. So we have this technology that we scale with China Mobile, largest telco in the world, and it's a virtual phone. Effectively, it's an application that you install on your device. Let's say you have a $100 smartphone, right? A really cheap entry-level smartphone. You can download this application, and when you open that application, you're actually opening into the home screen of a cloud phone, of a phone that's hosted in the cloud that has none of the limitations of the device that you were hosting the app on. So if you have just like I said, a $100 smartphone and it's got 10 gigabytes of storage and a really crappy chip, right? When you're opening this application, you have effectively unlimited storage, no processing requirements. You've now totally defeated the hardware barrier of that local device and turned it into a device that can pretty much be, it can do anything, right? And you can have as many of those devices on your device as you want. So it's very, very cool.
Great. Well, listen, round of applause for Mark. Thanks very much. All right. Next up, you've got me again before a panel, which will follow my talk. So I'm going to talk about, my talk is in 2 parts. I'm going to talk about what Fluence is, and then I'm going to talk about token economics in the DePIN sector and tie it back. This is the panel coming after me. Here we go. So for those who didn't hear earlier, Tom Trowbridge, I'm a co-founder of Fluence. We're going to talk about staking, but first I want to give a little introduction as to what Fluence is. All right, so we do something very similar to what Aethir does, except we're currently focused on the CPU market. And so when you think about GPUs versus CPUs, GPUs are incredibly hot, and I think everyone knows AI is scaling in one direction. But there are billions of CPUs out there. And someone asked me the other day, what do CPUs do? And I'm like, well, they do everything except AI training. Like literally everything we do, for those who don't know, right? So CPUs perform all the calculations on all the applications on your phone, at your office, in the sky, everywhere. And so we are cloudless compute, and that means we're decentralized, resilient, low cost, and verifiable. And so we're going to go into what that means, but it's a decentralized network of CPUs, which ends up being far lower cost than the centralized ones, and it's also resilient. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that. But this is why cloudless, why you would want to go cloudless. You're decentralized, no one entity controls it. You're self-healing from failures. You can be 80% cheaper. And the reason you're cheaper is because it's an open network. And so you can switch from one provider to another with no friction. And when you can switch with no friction, you have no price, there's no pricing power on those providers. So price is continually competed down to the lowest possible cost. And I think that is also another reference to Mark into why even if there's an AI bubble now and it goes away, if you can switch among GPU providers, you're going to go to the lowest possible price. It's also verifiable, and you can choose. We have providers who only run on renewable energy. So that's another compelling feature here. And why does this matter? And it matters because the cloud right now is dominated by 3 companies on the screen that everybody here knows of. And people use them because they are pretty much the only alternative. And they're relatively easy to use, but they come at a cost. And that cost is very expensive to leave, sort of the Roach Motel, you know, check in when you want, you can't check out. And they have the ability to deplatform and censor users, and they're closed ecosystems. So the problem is that all of Web3, where we value decentralization, actually runs on these clouds. Infura does, OpenSea, Rarible, everybody runs on the cloud. Blockchain nodes run in the cloud. So our whole ecosystem is basically running on centralized infrastructure. That is not a enduring or durable or safe way for our infrastructure to run. And that's not by any that's not done by design. It's done because we haven't had a decentralized solution right now, up until now, that is actually an alternative. So that's what Fluence is working to provide. And why does it win? Why does cloudless ultimately win? It's because you have an open platform, you have low fees or no fees, and the costs are competed down, and so you end up with a very low cost platform. And when it's an open platform, that encourages innovation. So when anyone can build, and when you release a product or you release a software module on an open compute platform, as long as any provider in the world wants to host that or is paid to host it, it continues to run. It will not be shut down. So you're not subject to forced upgrade cycles. You can't be cut off of a software module or even a program, because once it's out there, it just runs, right? And then you can build on it with certainty of not being cut off. And when you know, the example is a Facebook with I'm just blanking on, with the Farmville, right? Hugely successful application. Facebook cut it off because it was sucking users away. In an open world, you would be able to have the Farmville on top of an open Facebook. You would have then something built on top of Farmville. You'd keep building without the ability to cut that off. When you have that, you have massive innovation potential. And so how do you enable this? You enable it by a platform like Fluence, where you have global providers, enterprise grade, like what Mark said, we start with top tier data centers. And I'm going to talk about this a little bit later, but we're starting with 6 class 4 data center providers that host their hardware in the same facilities as the leading Web 2 companies. That is, I think, a very, very important element to getting adoption, as Mark said. Verified capacity, very low pricing, and stablecoin payments and DAO governance. And I'll talk about this later, but Helium mentioned governance. We started with the DAO from day one to make sure that governance is at the center of how we do this. And payments are done not in our token, but in stablecoin. I think that's also a critical component, and with the fiat front end to come. I think that is a critical component to adoption, is not requiring your own token for payment. And these are the milestones, which is where we are. We're going to talk about staking today, so we're going to click that one off. And then we have CPU virtual machines. That is also effectively live now, with GPU VMs to come, Docker as well. And so I think we're going to be pretty much through the 3 of these by the end of this year, with much more to come. And that's why we think that cloudless is the next generation of compute. And so you think about this evolution. We started off with mainframes in corporate environments. And over time, that moved to the cloud. And people went to the cloud because it was cheaper, and it was more reliable, and it was more resilient, and it was not the core expertise of any of these companies that were hosting mainframes internally. Those same reasons are going to be why people move to a cloudless future. It will be cheaper. It is cheaper, more resilient. You'll have more product and more choices. And it's also will be outside. It's not necessary to have core expertise in this area. So almost all the reasons you move to cloud, you will move to cloudless. And by the way, Fluence this is what we do. There are other people in this area, in this sector as well. It may be Fluence, it may be others, but convinced that a open network of compute is where the world goes. And that is, I think, for some of the reasons that Mark mentioned, but that is where it goes, because if it can be decentralized and you can compete costs down, you ultimately will do better. The other point here is you may have seen that there was a HiveMapper made an announcement yesterday that they, in 2 years, mapped more roads than Google did in 10 years, right? No one can compete with Google head-to-head, but when you have a global community, you actually can. And that's sort of what we're talking about here. No one can compete with Amazon. No company is going to compete with Amazon unless you're Google. But if you have a global network, then you have a shot. And that's what we're building, and that's what we're building and enabling. And so that's why this market is so big. You know, we're talking about where's this market go, and rather than try to compete away from existing cloud business now, which is difficult, this market is growing tremendously. And so we can be successful by just capturing the new market growth, which is coming. And this has to do with infrastructure, edge compute, Web3 nodes. Huge amount of this growth is coming. And that is the easier part to get than trying to displace an incumbent. So our focus is how do we get and where do we get traction in the new areas which are growing rather than displace the existing cloud in many of their core areas. And these are some metrics for Fluence. We just completed a stake race. We had 15,000 people compete in our stake race to basically a way to reward our community with Fluence tokens. And there'll be a second iteration of the stake race coming, so stay tuned. It's a way for us to reward our community and reward people who are engaged with Fluence and help educate more people about it. We have a terrific amount of compute capacity committed, about $100 million worth of hardware. We're going to onboard that very slowly because we don't want to overwhelm the network and we want to scale it with actual demand. But the amount of interest, not just from consumers, but from actual data centers is tremendous. And this is also because everyone's focused on GPUs. And so being a CPU provider is a real advantage in generating this. And you know, our community is about 70,000 and growing quickly. So let's talk tokens, because I think this is something that is kind of touched on at a lot of talks, but people, I think, are so conditioned from to not talk about tokens, but it's really important because that's what's, I think, a real differentiator in DePIN overall. So talk about this for a little bit. So DePIN, it's not a meme. And I mentioned this in my intro for those of you who weren't here, but if you think about crypto is so meme focused, and I think memes are powerful and they're engaging and they're going to be compelling for sure, but DePIN is different because even if you think of L1s, most L1s, is there real traction? Are transactions real? Are they really generating terrific value? Or are people investing because other people are investing because other people think it's interesting, and you end up with effectively meme-based investments? DePIN is different. DePIN is actually generating revenue. Mark talked about customers. You don't hear that discussion of customers very often when you're talking in the crypto landscape. And so what this means, though, there's some good news and bad news. Good news is I think it's going to attract a whole new investor base to DePIN projects, because traditional investors will now understand revenue, traction. I get it. This is valuable. This is interesting. But what that means is they're going to dig a lot deeper into token economics. And they're going to know, how is this revenue add and reflected in the token price and in the token scarcity and in token demand. And that is going to be a focus that this industry hasn't seen because it's been meme focused. And people like this, they buy it. The token economics, we'll worry about it later. That literally most projects, even early DePIN projects, have a difficult time understanding the token economics of their own projects. So let's disaggregate tokens into about 5 categories here. And there's the generation, and then there's the demand or the use. And I think we got to disaggregate these and figure out each one where it works. And I'm going to specify this into DePIN projects. And so let's talk about token for payment. This is an obvious one. All right, so you just heard Aethir talk about you use a token for payment. Filecoin does that, Helium as well. And I think that is interesting. More tokens for payment, more demand for the token. I'm a little skeptical because payments in tokens, if they're required, certainly slows adoption, right? If you have to pay in that token, that means you have to create a wallet. There's one of these companies, I won't say which, basically said that their customer pipeline dropped at 90% when it came time to install the wallet to buy the token to use the service, right? If that is your fall off, that is a problem. You're not going to scale. So the token for payment is important, but fiat or taking other coins is really important. The other question also is, if the token can be bought and sold just to do the payment, does it really add value? And I think this is very unclear. Token for payment as a demand for the token is entirely unproven. And so I'm not sure this actually generates a lot of value for the token and for the ecosystem. Now, token for rewards. This is core to almost every crypto project, right? So I have a bunch of logos up here. I don't see there's any way to get around this. This is how you bootstrap demand. And I think everyone knows that early demand, bootstrap supply. Early supply is paid for in tokens. And this is proven, it works, and it's also why the DePIN sector has been able to generate a terrific amount of supply in almost every subsector of DePIN. So this will continue. Basically by proving the supply side, it helps attract the demand side. The problem is, how are rewards calibrated? And we just heard from Helium, where they're now worried that the rewards are halving and they're not high enough value. So rewards calibrated an arbitrary token value, they decline over time, and you're also heavily dependent on the crypto market, right? Helium mentioned that the value now is lower, so are they going to incent as much demand, as much supply? If the crypto market doubled, they wouldn't have that concern, but it's really, they're now stuck a little bit with the crypto market movements to generate their and reward their supply side. That's not a great place to be in. So I'm going to talk about a potential solution to that, but how those rewards are calibrated, pretty important. And token governance, I think we can all know what this one is. This is very standard. The one thing I'll mention, I don't think this adds value to the token really, but it's an important piece of decentralization. So it's very important. The one question, is there any check on a DAO? And we can have a whole conversation on governance, but I also think it's super important to have a legal wrapper to protect DAO token holders from certain regulatory agencies. But and participation is obviously an issue. But let's talk, this is the most important part, I think, or one of two, buy and burn. Now, this provides a direct link between revenue and token scarcity. And this is what Helium is doing. Helium is now burning around $5,000 worth per day of HNT, right? Unfortunately, that's not quite enough to offset the HNT being issued every day. But as that goes over, as that scales, then it will. And then you're going to have a very interesting economy. But this is a direct link from revenue to the network to token scarcity, right? And the cool thing about this is that, thinking back to the meme conversation, if no one's paying attention to your token, but you're generating revenue, and that revenue is buying your token and burning it, over time, the token will go up because there's built-in demand that is just buying it, burning it, buying it, burning it. And as that's deflationary, you're just going to keep on buying and burning it down. And so this, I think, is super a critical piece of DePIN networks, which most networks don't have and can't have at scale. Now, trick is how much? And so on these logos here, there's some burn only 5% of the revenue, buy and burn, and some burn 80%. So the details here matter a lot. I think Geonet is at the 80% range, and they're speaking coming up soon. XNet is also pretty high up there as well. So I think that is something you really want to pay attention to. I think that is, this is, I think, a compelling piece you'll see more and more projects move towards. And this is kind of the last one. What I'm really going to talk about is tokens for staking. Now, for retail hardware, consumer hardware, staking is usually not important. If I'm doing a Hivemapper camera in my car, I don't need to stake. I've bought this device from Hivemapper. There isn't a ton of value, and it's also would be a little unusual for Hivemapper to say, hey, buy this $500 camera and then stake on top of it. Don't really need that. But for the digital services that we've seen, that you need stake because you have to prove that those machines are doing the work, and you have to get trust. So where you need trust, you need stake. And trust happens on the digital side of this all. So it aligns incentives when you have stake in DePIN networks. And it allows customers to rely on unknown parties because they know that if the parties don't operate appropriately, they will be slashed. So you're tied in and linked economically. Now, challenge is, how is stake calibrated? What is that amount? Filecoin stake is 30% of circulating supply. Circulating supply could be worth $1 billion, it could be worth $100 billion, it could be worth $100 million, right? It's just 30% of it. I don't think that is necessarily the most compelling way to calibrate what stake should be. Are providers required to stake, i.e., or can you have delegated stake? I think you want delegated stake as well. And how does stake relate to the value of the services? Another key point. So we're going to get into that in a little bit. And that's why I think staking moves and evolves to delegated stake. Most digital service DePINs require stake from their hardware providers. I think that is limiting. And it's limiting because it doesn't give the community an ability to participate. It also raises costs for your providers. It also limits providers to those that actually want to buy the token and be involved in the ecosystem. So I think for multiple reasons, the evolution of this is going to be community and investor staking, where you have providers, their job is hardware, they provide the hardware. Someone else, their job is understand the token economics, buy the token, hold the token. These are two very different businesses. They come together and the staker just shares the reward with the hardware provider. This should be disaggregated. We have disaggregated. Others, I think, will continue to disaggregate this. So we're launching staking on Fluence. And so this is where we go with this. So why staking? Secures the network. Who can stake? Anyone can stake. You don't need to have the hardware to stake. You can stake to provider. And who are you staking to? Top-tier data centers. And I'll show you exactly who they are. So how does staking work? It is per CPU, and this is, I think, important, $12,000 per CPU in FLT. So this goes back to my point about how is it determined. Well, it's determined by a dollar amount, but you pay in the token, and the token rewards are also in FLT, but calibrated to a dollar amount as well. And then you split, that's a 20-80 split, which we think is what's going to happen, but it's not under our control. And what this allows is it allows, if the token goes down, you get more tokens to more calibrate towards that dollar reward. Token goes up, you actually get fewer tokens, but you're still targeting that dollar amount. And I think this is really important because it makes a sustainable ecosystem, within bounds, right? So if you stake, you're pretty clear what you're going to get. Token goes down, you're still getting more tokens, you're getting more reward. And if you're a provider, this is really important because you are sure you can cover your costs because you're getting a much more of a certainty about the value you're achieving over time. And so who are you staking to? These are the top tier kind of data center providers that are signed up to be part of the Fluence launch. And these all operate in top tier data centers around the world. 2 of these operate only renewable data centers. So pretty exciting. These are Australia, Poland, US, Asia, kind of all over, which is exciting. We've got some big names coming as well. And so this is also the math as to where this can go with Fluence. It's a per core, but if you just think about this for a second, when we onboard the equivalent of one medium-sized data center, that would require $300 million in FLT to be staked. That's bigger than our market cap right now, our fully diluted market cap. Right, and the Amazon one Amazon data center is twice that size. So what we're driving to here is if you can predict the amount of data centers and the amount of CPUs online, you can make an assessment as to what demand there will be for stake. That, I think, is a pretty important component for people who are evaluating DePIN projects to understand. And so if you're staking, look at this. 2 things matter. How long is the contract? Between 1 month and 1 year. Be sure you know if it's a month or a year. That makes a difference. It's how long you're locking up your Fluence. And what's the delegation rate? We think it's going to be around 20%, but it may be up to 30, 40 by certain providers, depending for the variety of reasons. So I would pay attention to these 2 components when you're looking at staking your tokens. And staking is live. So we have just launched staking today. So you can go to fluence.network and you can stake if you are not in the US. Unfortunately, it's not open to US residents, but it is live, which we're super excited about. And the Parasail staking pool is coming as well, which is shortly. So we're very excited to announce that. So we will. So with that announcement, I think I want to thank you all for coming and want to welcome our next panel. So thank you for your attention. Appreciate it, everybody. Bye. So welcome to, let's introduce our next panel here, which is optimization and collective oversight. So let's welcome everyone to the panel. We've got Mark coming up again. I think you will recognize Mark in a second. Luki from Chainbase, and we have Max as well coming up. Great.
Cool.
All right, welcome everybody. All right, Amitoj, you take it away.
Behind you.
There you go. There you go.
We're missing Mark right now, right?
We need Mark.
Yeah, okay.
All right,
Just
paging
wait
Mark.
for Mark. You guys okay if we wait for Mark? We'll give him a minute.
There we go. We got him.
Hi, Mark. Do we have a mic? Yeah, thanks. All right. Well, thank you so much for having all of us here. This is an interesting topic. It is incredibly controversial, but equally interesting. And if a regulator was here, he'd probably be very worried about what's going to be said today, which is why I'm fascinated about this. Mark, I want to start with you. You were painting a picture earlier, and I just want like a bit of a recap. What do you and this entire community really think about when you think about integrating AI and DePIN?
I think it comes down to centralized AI and decentralized AI, right? And DePIN has a definite role to play, in my mind, in decentralized AI. I actually get this question a lot, right? Like, what is decentralized AI? And I don't necessarily have a great answer. I think the best way to explain it is to look at what centralized AI is, right? Centralized AI is AI controlled by one single entity that has the resources and the power to purchase all of the necessary pieces of the AI puzzle, right? Get access to the data, get access to the compute. They can have a bunch of really intelligent scientists producing the model, and then those three things come together in an effective way to produce a really capable model, and then they can use that model to accrue more power, and eventually, if they are the winners of the race, they have some ridiculous aggregation of power in a way that, you know, arguably puts them in kind of a borderline nation-state perspective or more. So that's what kind of centralized AI is. I think decentralized AI is just the opposite of that, right? What is not that? And I think in many ways, we just really want what is not that, right? If power accrues in the way that we expect it to these centralized organizations, and these centralized organizations are making the trade-offs that they need to make as public and profit-driven organizations, then maybe that's something we don't necessarily like, right? So decentralized AI, I think, is something that's critical. I think to get there, DePIN plays a really important role from a compute perspective and more.
Yeah, no, I completely agree, because just for those who don't know, there was something known as the Decentralized AI Society, which was just launched. CoinDesk has actually written an article on it. The idea behind that society is to make sure that the tech giants, the big tech, don't control AI or even DePIN for that matter, and that's their objective. One of the questions that I asked their founder, Michael Casey, and I want any one of you to jump in, is that even possible to actually act on that?
Yeah. I would say this fully decentralized AI actually for now is kind of infeasible, because of how decentralized network is you need to communicate with each other, and there's a lot of overhead. So in terms of like the GPU that's needed, it's probably 10 times needed from now, and the internet bandwidth is probably like 10x from now. Then you'll have a fully decentralized AI. But what we're looking for, I think, is called a sufficient decentralized AI. So there's still like man elements in it, not like fully decentralized. I'm not sure if that's like possible, but at least like in the near like 5 to 10 years, it might take some time to get there.
Yeah, I think this is a good time to bring in Luki. Luki and I were just chatting, and effectively, Luki, you can tell everyone what you do and what your community does. But if I could sum it, you're providing data to developers, but at the same time, you're taking feedback from the demands of the developers and figuring out what is it that you need to get, and you're using DePIN and AI at the intersection of that to kind of get it, right?
I'm glad you paid attention in our conversation. I thought you didn't pay attention. So what we do is we standardize the data processing, and so that the developers are able to fetch data from different blockchains, from different ecosystems in order to build projects or even train AI models. And we also have our flagship AI model as well by utilizing all those different data so that we can produce a better crypto pattern for analysis and insights. But one thing that I do want to mention about DePIN is not just about infrastructure. What we have talked about, that's why I'm so passionate about this panel and also this event, is that we started to talk about data. What kind of a data, what kind of a decentralized data that we need, what kind of AI models or what kind of projects are there. So we started to talk to projects who put edge nodes on billboards. We started to talk to projects who put equipment on the roof to detect weather. We started to talk to projects who actually wanted to incentivize the different contributors to provide those specific data for other, like for different business models, different dynamics. I think this is why I'm so passionate about the DePIN and AI piece of it, is that you can contribute and you can get incentivized for contribute either infrastructure or data in order to provide a better future for just science in general and humanity.
I think the first question that we were referring to, and Mark alluded to it, he said, he wasn't completely pessimistic, but he wasn't completely optimistic when we talked about whether it's actually possible to take on the Apples, the Microsofts, and the NVIDIAs, and take some power away from them to give it to the decentralized community in a way. And you're saying you want to talk to projects. What they're going to do, use their power, monetary, regulatory, and be like, you don't need to talk to projects. You just talk to one of us, or at least 4 of us, the big tech. So what's your take on that?
Sorry, could you repeat the question again?
Yeah, I mean, Mark, you can jump in, and I think you get it, what I'm saying, yeah?
Yeah, in my mind, I don't think that at the moment that decentralized AI has the ability to compete directly with centralized AI. I think that's primarily, and that was your question, right?
Well, yes,
Are we able to get there?
but what she's talking about, and I'll come to you now, you said somebody has got to talk to these projects. Anyone coming up with something to do with solar or anything else, you said we have to talk to them. But my point is that what usually happens, and history tells us, these big tech companies, they drive all the communication traffic towards themselves because they control everything. So like, how are you going to battle around that? Because nobody is going to want to talk to you. They're all going to want to talk to Apple, NVIDIA. That's what I mean. Does that make sense?
Yes, I can share just my small little knowledge regarding the this industry in Web3 is that rewards and incentivization, and everyone has a slice of the pie. So we're not competing with the big giants. We actually had an event with the Google Cloud. So they provide great technology for us to query the data sets in order for developers to use. So we're not competing with them at all. We're just collaborating with them so that the incentivization of the different data sets or nodes is taking place. And we have professionals to design those tokenomics so that we can reward those contributors. So I'm not saying that we're competing with the centralized entities, but we are collaborating with them and utilizing their technology to enhance and optimize how we can do it together.
Yeah, so it's more like it's possible that there's collaboration and perhaps complementary behavior between the two. But Max, it's interesting. Your role has been on building a global network of ecosystem partners. So you're kind of getting a sense from all the communities out there, decentralized or centralized, and you know exactly what they're thinking. Which way is it going right now? Are they excited about DePIN and AI, the intersection of it? Are they also feeling like the monopoly is going to remain with big tech? Are they thinking collaboration will happen? Are they thinking collaboration will happen in a way in which it will effectively be, we are the small child and they are the big brother, and we have to accommodate to their requests?
Yeah, I think very good question. A question that could fill maybe hours here today. I'll keep it rather short, and I'll start by touching on what Luki mentioned earlier. I think we should not confuse things here, right? Because on the one hand side, you have decentralized AI, but a lot of the projects that Yuki is talking to, that we are talking to, they're not necessarily looking into AI, right? They might be looking into storage, data availability, these kind of things, but not every DePIN project necessarily needs an AI integration, right? I come from a background of community building and growth in the crypto scene. So my team and I, we've been building a platform called QuestN, which is still today one of the largest growth Quest community platforms with more than 12 million wallets all across the world. And from that kind of perspective, of course, we know a lot of projects also from the gaming, from the finance, from the wallet kind of field. And additionally now, of course, also from the DePIN field, which is something that we kind of started to truly focus on, I think, earlier this year. We've been kind of learning about DePIN, taking a look at it for several years now, with some of the early projects being in Europe. I'm based in Vienna, and we had a lot of like real estate stuff going on there. We had a lot of decentralized car sharing services as well that were very like crypto-based, crypto-financed, crypto-incentivized. And for me, those were like the key things in DePIN. And that's also...
You're talking about use cases now.
Use cases,
yeah,
yes.
Okay.
Because for us, like DePIN is not just something that's happening in a cloud and something that's happening and people cannot understand what is it, how does it happen, how can it improve my life.
Yeah.
But actually, that's why we kind of now, with our new project, GM Network, decided to focus more on the consumer side, give people something that's very graspable, that they can touch, use, and where DePIN can actually have a benefit in their daily life.
I'm coming to examples, but I think, Jeff, you had something to say about this previous conversation, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say something about decentralized AI, in the terms of is it able to compete with centralized AI. So I think for now, I fully agree with Mark just said that it's very hard for now to do that. But in that term, if I put it open source AI as the foundation of decentralized AI, which is, and open source AI is actually, we're seeing like it is catching up with closed source AI. Before we think that this is kind of impossible, but with the time where there's Llama 3, there's Gemini launching, we're seeing like this progression. And open source AI is like getting the traction, and there's only limited data out there. For closed source AI, they have to, maybe acquire more data from other people, data providers.
Yeah.
They probably spend like 1-2 mil for like 0.1 boost of performance, which is not like feasible for them. So like open source AI in that sense is catching up, and we're like seeing it like flourishing, and it can potentially like boost the decentralized AI like realm.
Okay, Luki, you want to say something?
I just want to piggyback on what Jeff was saying, open source AI, because we've interacted with a lot of developers, and at the very beginning, Chainbase is journey started as like a SaaS product. So we kind of making those on-chain data programmable and accessible, but it's more like centralized project. Then we had developers approach us saying that, is this open source? Can I see the docs? How are we able to enhance and fork it? So we're like, whoa, that's actually a big demand, that open source is a big thing for the developers. So they want to understand how those different documentations and the codes are programmed. So I just want to piggyback on that. It's not impossible, but open source made it possible.
This is for all four of you. Just can you throw some examples out there, simple examples of how DePIN has been used to actually enhance AI systems?
I think, yeah, in our case, we focus more on the health and fitness area, right? And the way we use AI is we have, on the one hand side, third-party devices, which could be something like an Apple Watch, a Garmin, a Fitbit. We also have our own tracking devices, which is this one right here. And what we do is we gather the data, and we have a large enough community to start out and do federated learning, where we have many different users that try to train their own models, have a personalized AI health advisor, and then at the same time contribute to a larger model that helps to make interpreting this data even more precise, less biased, and gives infos on, making it kind of, closer and closer to an actual medical device, right?
If you guys have questions, raise your hands. I'll try to come to you in the middle of the discussion.
Yeah, I think there's lots of DePIN solutions that are benefiting AI. I mean, DePIN's a great aggregator of data, right? And data is very necessary for AI. We have a weather-based DePIN, like WeatherXM, for example, that's providing a huge amount of weather data that makes weather AI modeling more effective.
It can predict the next Dubai token situation?
Yep, that's it. Okay. We've got kind of solutions like Aethir, where we aggregate underutilized GPUs, adding net new supply back to the market, making it more accessible for builders to access critical GPU resources. And then you've got kind of stuff like the Aethir Edge, right? Where we give people the ability to purchase a piece of AI infrastructure, sit that in their home, and then receive rewards for contributing that back to the network. So yeah, huge amount of kind of opportunity in the space.
Okay, so I think one word that really sums up the problem that is there, that is a common link between AI and anything to do with crypto, is this very cool word, trust. And here's the thing. What we are seeing is that, for example, there was a hack 2 months back in India. It's called WazirX, the crypto exchange. 235 million or something like that was hacked out of it, right? So there's a trust deficit still. And anyway, everyone's scared of what AI will do to us humans. Can you tell us a little bit about how is it that DePIN can ensure that AI systems are, well, manipulation-free, perhaps?
I think to completely convince them will be very difficult, right? Because like even in the early stage, like mistakes can still happen. But what DePIN is doing very well is it gives people also hands-on use cases where they might not, think about the technology that much. Because if I'm just going to a crypto event and I hear this, I hear that, but I don't understand most of the words, I'm not going to believe it, right? But if I see the device in my home, right, what Aethir is doing, for example, if I can earn from it, if I can constantly profit from it, and I learn step by step, maybe I think then it's also graspable for a larger amount of people.
Yeah, I think in general, decentralized or distributed networks generally have less single points of failure, right? And I think when you're talking about exploits or hacks or vulnerabilities in a network, generally those single points of failure are what hackers or bad actors try and target.
Yeah, Mark, I'm just stepping in right now because I've heard this for the last 3 years, that this product of mine and that technology has single points of failures or less single points of failures. And I'm like, I'm sorry, but you're not demonstrating that. The track record is suggesting that even MPC is not completely secure. So just give me a sense of what you have to say about that.
Yeah, I mean, the challenge is that there's so many benefits to centralization, right? There's so many benefits. It's generally faster, more performative. you can give your customers the things that they want, arguably in a more convenient manner, right? Particularly when you talk about AI, right? People, well, big companies, they care about speed and performance more than anything else, right? And trust in the sense that, okay, this physical infrastructure is sitting behind a locked door in a secure facility. They're more interested in that type of security than they are in maybe the fault tolerance or the security that comes from a truly distributed network. So you really have to have an audience that shares the same values as you.
That's putting a lot of trust in a lot of people across many regions.
Hard to convince a big company of that.
Yeah, I wanted to come to you because developers, when they reach out to you, are they asking this question about trust?
I will take a step back regarding the developers. One thing that since I mentioned that we're also training our own model, and we work with the professors from NTU over here in Singapore. The first question, and also I asked the question to Aethir's team too, is that what's the stability? Because the professor who told me and educated me was if it's unstable, if the GPU is unstable, all the data could be lost. All the models, like the previous training procedure, could be lost. So a lot of those bottlenecks could create manipulation. And it's not we are doing something wrong. It's because right now we're still trying to figure out how to make the whole DePIN industry efficient, productive, and also stable for all of us to train different models or even build projects. So that's one thing that I think we need to focus on too, is that the stability and connectivity of those different DePIN projects, and see if how feasible it is for us to actually train mass amount of our data.
So we got many challenges. We got big tech saying, you guys can keep doing what you're doing, but we're going to come and take you when we want to take you, and we're going to take control. The second is what you just said, trust, right? We have to focus on that. But at the moment, the focus, as it is always the case with technology, is on innovation, figuring out what my product is and how I want to place it, make it user-friendly. There's a third one, which is even more interesting to me, because that's where I come from, regulation, right? They haven't figured out AI regulation. We've figured out
the
DePIN.
only person that finds regulation more interesting than innovation.
Well, I'll tell you why. I like that you said that. I was there on January 6th when Donald Trump supporters went inside the Capitol. I've been to northern Iraq to cover the impacts of ISIS. And all of that was political decisions. And political decisions overshoot anything that innovation does. They shut down companies like this. So you guys can keep doing what you want to do, but I know a politician tomorrow will be like, good night. That's why. But anyway, regulation. And this is not so much about what regulators will do, because that question is just too far off. They don't even know what DePIN is right now. We don't know what DePIN is right now. My question more is, AI's regulation is a difficult maze, a puzzle to solve, different jurisdictions. How do you perceive this intersection of AI and DePIN getting the rules globally around it that suit everyone? Because this is a global technology. It's going to require a developer in India and some other part, and then some other part.
I would just share my small piece of knowledge over here as well. I used to be a banker. I was a banker in Denver, Colorado for 10 years. So I used to go to Washington, D.C. to lobby banking regulation. And what I was witnessing was, first, things are moving really slow as far as regulation goes. Second is user privacy, data privacy. That has been a big thing. I think this is something that a lot of DePIN and AI projects, even just a crypto in general, while we're trying to solve ZK, TEE, and FHA. I think that's the FHE, I think, but the encryption.
FHE.
Yeah. Right. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to make all the data safe and secure and private for even training or data sharing so that we make sure that the sensitive data is not being exposed. I think that's at least that's the first thing that we should be focusing on too, is the data privacy. And the second is that incentivization. So that's one thing also is a hot topic and sensitive topic is the rewards. Is this something that we're able to do, and what the value is for the token? Is this a security or not? I think those are the things that probably we need professionals to figure it out. But at this moment, with Chainbase, we don't really face that kind of a regulation because we just standardize data processing for developers to process data from all different those data.
Yeah, but let me ask you, if we go back in time and Alexei reaches out to you and says that, I want to create something at the intersection of AI and DePIN, and I'm going to name it Tornado Cash Part 2. Would you talk to him about regulation, or would you just help him with whatever he needs? Because he's not asking you about regulation, right? He's not asking you about trust.
If that's not his question, I'm not providing different answer.
Yeah, fair enough. But at the end of the day, one has to remember that the guy is right now in jail for something he produced, right? That's why we're asking this question, that there's a fear amongst developers. I was in Berlin recently for Berlin, ETH Berlin, and there was a real fear. They were asking the question about identity crisis. So any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I just want to address on the regulation part. I think the current space, like regulation is falling super far behind from technology. The technology advancing so fast, as in Web3, it started at 2009, and as of now, there's no like well-formatted structure. We see SEC try to regulate Web3 space with their current existing system, which, in my point of view, doesn't work well because it set up a lot of different, precedents, but those precedents doesn't give people a clear rule of how to abide by like these crypto laws. And we see like Europe trying to throw out a format system called MiCA and try to regulate the sex. And so definitely happy to see like what's gonna happen next, but I'm kind of like worried of what happened if regulations, technology is advancing so fast that the regulators don't even have time to kind of ban all of the new like innovations, because regulations takes a lot of time to progress, to format a well like structured system to protect people.
Yeah. There's also GDPR, as you know. Yeah.
For sure. Yeah, a couple, maybe quick anecdote first. I was sitting having breakfast with a friend of mine the other day, and he pulls open the LinkedIn app, and he shows me this button, and he goes, "Did you know that LinkedIn is taking your data to train models?" And I was like, what do you think they were doing with their data before they had models, right? Like it's almost like a red herring, right? This new button you have to kind of opt out of that makes you feel like your data is more secure. But I mean, I was on a panel a couple months ago with a guy who wrote the algorithms that Google uses to scrape all the data from your emails, right? Like we're so worried about data going into kind of AI, but we've been trading away our privacy and our data for well over a decade now. But I do think that when we look at regulation in the AI space, it's a really particular challenge because AI, first of all, is advancing so quickly, but second of all, the upside to getting there first with AI is just outrageous, right? Arguably the most important race to ever have won. So the idea of regulating here and in any way addressing the broader technological landscape in any meaningful way, I think is misguided. I think that if you regulate California, people will just set up in Texas, right? Like Elon Musk is doing. If you regulate the US, everyone will just set up in China or India or whatever. Everything will continue to move forward because people can't afford to not win that race. I think the only way that yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, if you get to a future where the maybe distributed training is much more of a capable technological kind of endeavor, right, where actually powerful compute models can like exist and be trained across like regular people devices in a way that competes with centralized training, then it's actually like fundamentally impossible to regulate, right? Because these networks are just distributed out, being trained on pretty much everyone's laptop.
Yeah.
So I don't know, regulation's hard for AI in particular.
Max, I was coming to you right now. You can answer about this, but the question that I want you to also answer, moving the conversation a little further away from regulation, which industries are really ripe for the intersection of AI and DePIN? Thank you.
Let me? Oh yeah, let me now. Okay, cool. It lets me. Yeah, let me give you some closing words on the regulation part. First of all, I think I have a great business idea for you, Amitosh. Going back on the like DePIN and regulation thing, you told me you live in Delhi, right? Maybe you can kind of set up Delhi decentralized lawyer infrastructure, right? And kind of have lawyers all across working in a DePIN way to have a common infrastructure of
They
law.
already do that, and trust me, you had that hack that I talked about. They suddenly got Singapore lawyers and American lawyers. In no time.
Right. No, but I'm speaking like on a global scale. But then again, like I think on a global scale, it's going to be different again because you don't have level playing fields, right? From a European perspective, of course, EU is going to be at the forefront of regulating. That's what we love to do. Same with Mika, just like we heard before. But I think the EU cannot allow itself to actually harshly regulate all across because it's slightly different with AI than with crypto, right? Crypto, of course, we've heard there were a lot of issues in terms of scams. That's what the general people know about. But AI, there's still a bigger thing behind it, a race against China, against the US, right? So to get to your next question, what's the perfect industry? Perfect industry for what exactly?
For this intersection, DePIN and AI. Anyone out here in different industries, let's see what you guys have to say about that. Like, then they can be like, oh, let me go to the solar, let me go to, health, let me go to anything.
Got it. So the way we see it is the perfect intersection is, on the one hand side, DePIN. You have something that is physical in terms of solar. You have your panels, for example, or you have different measuring sensors. AI comes in because over the years, what we've been doing with different kind of smart devices already, we've been gathering tons and tons of data, but we don't actually use that data. Someone else might use that data, right? But we ourselves don't actually make use of it. So in the field of those panels, for example, you might use AI to connect it to weather, right? Have a very decentralized physical infrastructure connected to SkyX, right? That is measuring weather, measuring sunlight, and then kind of iterate or like reposition the panels, right? In our case, we gather health data and we kind of look into the health data because what people are doing today is I look at my watch, I've done 2,000 steps, but tomorrow I'll forget about it, right? Nobody's gonna know, like if I ask Jeff, how was your sleep last night? How many sleep points did you get on July 13th? Nobody cares about that. But if you gather it and interpret it and say, hey, over the last couple of weeks, my sleep is getting worse and worse and worse, or my heart rate has been significantly high, maybe I should see a doctor, or maybe I should, run a little bit faster so I can actually improve my stamina. Using that historical data, I think can give you even more use cases that can benefit your daily life.
And in a DePIN way, which is that runners from all over the world.
Exactly,
yeah?
exactly. So decentralized, and in some ways, you might also train your own models with your own device if it allows for it.
Got it. Yeah, please, Luki.
Thank you so much. Yeah, just like what Max was saying, that the fitness definitely is a big part of the sectors. But really, in every single business that you are in, there's always data that's needed. There's always some sort of a model. Aviation, you need to train model to land.
I guess the question is, which industry is ripe right now that people should get behind? Which is the industry that is the best right now suited for this?
I think the industry right now, I see a lot of use cases, a lot of demands for user data. So no matter if it's a LinkedIn, no matter if it's a Twitter, no matter if it's a Facebook, there's amount of data that's needed for training AI models. And we see communities are getting together to create data DAOs. Data DAOs, that means I give you the rights to control my data. This is my volunteer, like I voluntarily give you this data that you need to train models. So we see actually community members are getting incentivized for providing those user data, and they want to make sure that the user data also is private, secure, in order to be shared. So I believe some sort of a social data analysis is current need for AI and DePIN.
That's cool. Final thoughts.
Yeah, I think DePIN's great at getting net new data, right? That's going to be really powerful for AI. I think if you look at AI more broadly, there's a couple of things that it struggles with, right? One potential bottleneck, for example, is power, right? A couple of years down the road, maybe we have a power bottleneck. So then DePIN becomes really relevant because if you can push the compute requirements to devices that are already powered, things that are existing in our homes, then you don't necessarily need net new power to the grid to solve that bottleneck. So I think DePIN plays a role there. And then there are increasing use cases within AI for low latency compute, right? So small language models that exist on again, people's devices have the ability to kind of interact more quickly, more seamlessly, less robotically with people. And I think that DePIN will play a role in empowering those kind of instantaneous interactions with AI.
All right. All of them are available. Yeah, final thought? Yeah, 1 second.
Sorry, I just had one last thing to mention about the supply and demand, the computation power that I was talking to the professor I mentioned about regarding the supply and demand. There is definitely a lot of a demand for computation, but not enough supply. So I think when we look at what's currently needed, it's also look at what's shortage, what's in demand, and what is being supplied.
All right, thank you to all the panelists. These panelists are actually here. So it'll be better if you actually have one-on-one discussions with them. That'll be a better use of our time. Thank you, everyone.
Great, let's thank the panel. Appreciate it. And now I want to welcome Sylvan, the founder of Parasail. So let's welcome Sylvan. We're going straight to the next topic. Here we go, round of applause, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Hello, everyone. My name is Sylvan. I am the founder of Parasail, and today I'm gonna, try to share some insights and share some information that we have gathered over our past work experience with some of the top DePIN projects in the industry, and then share with you how do we actually build on-chain accountability for DePIN. So a quick introduction of Parasail. What is Parasail? Parasail is a modular stack that enables DePIN protocols to build service-level staking and also unlock staking and DeFi use cases easily and cost-efficiently. And we have integrated with many great DePIN networks. We're working with many of them to kind of explore how to have really on-chain accountability for mass adoption and permissionless participation. We're backed by some of the leading investors in this space. And today I want to talk about 3 topics. First is like what are the challenges in scaling DePIN? And second is what is our approach to help projects build on-chain accountability for DePIN, but also want to recognize all the great DePIN projects in this section because we actually didn't invent this, right? We are pretty much just learning from the best and then trying to make it a more generalized solution for other DePIN projects. And finally, I want to talk about what are some additional utility and liquidity that we provide through these type of on-chain accountability and staking solution for all the staked DePIN assets. Yeah, so I don't need to emphasize the importance of DePIN. I guess that's the reason why all of us are here today. But if you take a look at a typical DePIN structure, we can see that it's actually more complicated than a regular blockchain, right? So you of course you have the consensus, you have the execution, you have the dApp layer, which is similar to all the other like blockchains. But then you also have hardware, which is the actual hardware that's providing all the services. And then on top of that, you have like a service coordination or service orchestration layer that has like an implied service level agreement. It's like a type of service that you're actually delivering to your users, right? So that's actually something that's really important and really hard to build. So if you do not have hardware, right, then there's no DePIN. Of course, we know that. But also, if you do not have the service level agreement and accountability for that, it's very hard for DePIN to achieve any type of adoption, because it's just like very hard for you to provide like soulless services to your users so that they're willing to pay for it. So if we summarize it, like challenges in scaling DePIN, first is like very challenging to coordinate hardwares, because we are looking at decentralized providers, right? You, as a protocol, do not control all these providers. You don't know them, right? You don't work with them face to face. It's very hard to manage them, and therefore it's very hard to enforce SLAs. And because it's very hard to enforce SLAs, it's very difficult to enable permissionless provider participation, because you always, are worried about, hey, what if I have very, volatile supplies of the hardware or the services, and what if when I need all my services, when I need all my providers, they're not there, right? What happened there? Like there will be, lots of reputation damage to the protocol, to the network, and therefore it's very hard to scale the network and earn revenue and eventually achieve mass adoption. So it's kind of, you have all the capital, you have all the user, and you all have all the hardware that is there, but it's very hard to, organize them, coordinate them in the permissionless way, in the open source way, and also holding everyone accountable. So eventually we want something like this to happen, right? You want a user that walks very confidently into any DePIN and say, hey, I'm gonna get the service I want. If not, then someone is gonna get penalized and maybe I'll get compensated, right? Simple as that. And then you want all the money, you want all the hardware to very confidently walk into an ecosystem and understanding, like, what's needed for them, right? Do I just need hardware? Do I need to put up my capital? Like, how do I contribute to this network? So I think this also ties back a lot to what Tom was talking about earlier in his presentation about, like DePIN economies. Why is there a need for staking? So it's really about, providing trust, and then also build, interest alignment among providers, and also stake capital. So if we look at some of the, like the top DePIN projects and see like what are some of their approaches, we can actually find some, similarities and common things among them. So like Filecoin, this is one of the projects that we work with, and then you can see that they actually implement a provider collateral system for all the storage services on that, on their network. So Filecoin is actually a permissionless network. Anyone can become a Filecoin storage provider. And Filecoin has actually, I would say, one of the most stable network among all DePINs. So we used to provide, data analytics for Filecoin. So we do have all the on-chain data of the capacity commitment, and then also the storage performance of Filecoin. So it's actually quite remarkable when you have a permissionless network that offers very reliable capacity and services. And I think like a lot of that is because of the miner collateral system. So yeah, so they do have slashing when the performance is not on par. And then it's actually like lots of Filecoin, lots of values being locked to the ecosystem to guarantee their service. Of course, as Tom mentioned, part of that is to for the consensus, right? But it's kind of mixed together, but still lots of money being locked to secure the services. And Fluence also, right? We're also working with Fluence. Tom just mentioned that we are launching a Parasail staking pool for Fluence. We're like going to launch it on Monday, so stay tuned for that. If you are FLT holders, you can feel free to stake your FLT with us. We provide like delegation and also like staking pool to help you better delegate among the providers on the Fluence network. But for Fluence, it's very similar, right? They have a staking requirement for compute resources, and then if there's like bad performance, then the providers are slashed. And then because they also have this delegation model where you have the community delegating tokens towards providers on the Fluence network, you create this interest alignment among your community and also your providers, so they are more incentivized to do good job. Aethir, I think they're like rolling out similar requirement for their cloud hosts as well. So if you look at all these like DePIN projects, and they are kind of exploring something in common, which is a staking or like a on-chain accountability through staking to make sure that all the providers are accountable through like an on-chain mechanism, and also you create some type of like interest alignment between your providers and your token holders. And then, so basically from Parasail's standpoint, it's like, can we generalize this structure and make it work for all DePIN and service network? So then that's the core Parasail product structure, where we have delegation pools and also proof of service operators that essentially creates a delegated or like a staking and delegation model for any DePIN network. So you have the protocol, you have the service providers that's providing services, you have the operators that could either be coming from us or coming from the native network to determine like the SLAs, to determine the failure proofs, and then also determine rewards and slashing. So yeah, so to summarize, we do three things, right? So we activate service level staking for DePIN, and because of that, we have created like on-chain accountability, and that enables permissionless participation. And also, because this is like a like a staking model, we can also introduce additional DeFi and staking use cases to attract liquidity and participation beyond just like single DePIN ecosystem. Eventually, we do want to achieve like this flywheel effect, where you have stakers, you have DePIN protocols, and then DePIN providers all providing and dependent on each other, and then they're all incentivized and interest aligned to do something that's contributive to the overall success of the network. Well, finally, I just want to briefly touch on like what are the additional utility and liquidity that this staking solution provides to like DePIN assets. So I want to use Filecoin as an example. They are our first integration, and then also currently sitting at around like 60 million TVL. So I think it's lots of adoption. And basically, we created a DePIN staking token for Filecoin that kind of just replicates a delegation model where a user or a token holder can delegate their token to a specific storage providers to provide storage. So that's kind of actually what Thomas mentioned. Like it's like very similar to the Fluence community delegation model. But prior to that, it's very hard to do so on Filecoin. You have to kind of go on like an OTC deal with like one of the providers to make this happen. We also designed a pretty robust staking tokenomics. I'll show some of stats later to both account for liquidity requirement for staking, and also to manage the lockup requirement from the DePIN network. We have many like integrated DePIN or DeFi use cases, such as here you can see that it's actually a collateralized borrowing pool. This is like cross-chain swaps, and those are some of the DEX trading. So you can see that it's actually like frequently used. We're also trying to go one step further, right? We're actually trying to work with Filecoins to, because our proof of service is quite flexible and also like programmable. So actually you can introduce different levels of service of SLAs. So for Filecoin, the base layer of Filecoin is kind of designed for archival or cold storage. But if you want to build a hot storage layer on Filecoin, you might require a different type of SLAs. So you can use the entire structure all over again, and then you're creating like new service level requirements and giving out additional incentives or revenue shares to these providers, while still having the economic guarantee. And that economic guarantee can be built with like state Filecoin, right? So it does not have to be built with like native Filecoin, or you want to do another Filecoin or another token. So it's actually much more efficient. So this is kind of like, you know, a prototype of DePIN restaking if you think about it. So I think the stats are pretty nice. So the highest we have is about 80 million TVL, and we have over 10 million in LST liquidity. We're contributing to over 90% of Filecoin's on-chain trading volume. So I think all of that could potentially, you know, be applied to more DePIN networks. So yeah, so that concludes my talk today. Thank you so much for this amazing event. Thank you, Fluence and Aethir, and thanks so much for having me here. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Sylvan. Appreciate it. Next up, we have Alessandro from Acurast. And if you were at ETHCC in Brussels, if you weren't blind, you were blinded by the yellow, which they were sporting all over Brussels. So that's where I first was aware of what they were doing. So welcome, Alessandro. Give him a round of applause to talk about Acurast.
All right, fantastic. Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be here. I'm very happy that so many like-minded people are here interested in the topic of DePIN. And one of the things that interests me most about DePIN is because it's bringing basically the values back, these cypherpunk values that attracted me to the space, to be honest. And it's something where you really are living this idea of by users for users. And in this specific case, I'll go through the issues that I see if we kind of just go down the path that we're currently on and don't do something about it. And hopefully, I will be able to actually also motivate you to participate in this movement. My presentation is called Every Chip Counts and the Decentralized Cloud Rebellion, and you will see why in a bit. So before we start talking about the, is this one working? Yes, fantastic. Before we start talking about compute and specifically as well clouds, let me just say something, which is there is no cloud. It's just somebody else's computer, actually. And what is really relevant is who those other people are. And those other people, if we now take a look at the landscape of compute, are basically all US companies, such as Amazon, Google, and Microsoft, that are controlling more than 70% of the entire cloud market. This means that by this alone, most probably, in the last 24 hours, you were using at least one or multiple services that was hosting and sharing your personal data with these clouds. This means that basically you have no more ownership over your own data. And now up to this moment, one could say, okay, look, it does not really matter that much because I'm not that interesting, right? Maybe other people should be targeted more, like, I don't know, politically exposed people and so on and so forth. And I will just be noise, so they will never be able to actually extract any sorts of information out of me. But the problem is that with the current machine learning models that are there, we saw a small revolution, because up to this point you had machine learning models where after a certain amount of data and training, they were prone to something called overfitting. So even though you were pouring in more data, they wouldn't get more accurate. This means that they would eventually lose their accuracy. So that kind of protected us because it meant that you couldn't really analyze all of the data. Now with large language model, the game has changed, and we don't know if it is because we haven't reached that level yet, so that the model can just kind of absorb more data and still be useful, or maybe that model is not at all prone to this concept of overfitting. So now you should definitely be worried about your data being turned into some sort of insights or yeah, also kind of extracting value from it. And it, of course, allows now for mass surveillance. Another big issue that there is, because they are completely dominating the market of clouds, they also become a very big risk in terms of supply chain, right? They're centralizing all of these compute, and what that ultimately means is that, yeah, if someone wants to get to your data, they don't need to knock on 100 parties, they just need to talk to them, basically, right? And that poses a huge supply chain risk. And this becomes also very clear when you see what impact it can have on us humans and on the services that we're using, but more on that later. So they're also not censorship resistant. This means that if you're talking about something that maybe is against some beliefs of yeah, large governments, maybe that content will just be blocked entirely. So, in short, these clouds have grown to really global political actors, and they're able to shape the power balance, they're able to influence the conduct of statecrafts, and ultimately they're able to influence entire trajectories of nation states. And this is very relevant today because you basically see the US election and how the whole social media and basically all the services that we consume play into that role, right? I mean, so an example of this, a very recent example of this supply chain risks is CrowdStrike, which actually was even not necessarily something that was targeted, not an attack where somebody malicious wanted to achieve something, but it had huge effect on the entire aviation industry, basically grounding thousands of planes, and also huge effects on a lot of hospital infrastructure, costing billions. But it showed you that basically a single person pushing an update can have such a huge impact because of this supply chain attack. And this was even the actual creator of that software, okay? Now, if we take a look, like we go one step back and we take a look at clouds, Google Cloud actually has a huge list of suppliers that also gets access to your data. When you have a GCP account, you see it here on the left-hand side, you will regularly receive these, hey, there has been updates on the third-party sub-processor list, basically stating this new company now gets full access over your data. So it's not just Google that has your data, but also this endless list. Usually I have a kind of video, which here is not running through, but like you can scroll for almost a minute over those sub-processors. So in short, the risks that we see is definitely loss of data ownership, loss of resilience, because it's heavily concentrated. If the entire Google Cloud becomes a target and it goes down, you will definitely be impacted by it in one way or another as a human, and whether you want it or not, right? You don't need to be a customer of them to feel that. And the risk of national security, these companies are all US-based. That means that there is a Patriot Act, and they are actually able to also influence and get access over all of that data. So where do we go from here? I think we need to solve two main problems. One of which is usually a service that becomes very popular starts with an idea of value that it wants to add. and it starts with the user in mind. However, the more popular this becomes, the more power is concentrated behind that service, the service is prone to something called enshittification. And what this means is that the user experience and the user value is no longer the thing that you're optimizing for, but maybe it is giving access to governments to that data, right? And now all of a sudden, the service actually becomes worse than it used to be before. There is also another thing, which is complex systems tend to create oligarchy. Because it is easier to concentrate and solve an issue by having it all concentrate and centralized than having a very decentralized option. Thankfully, open source projects are less prone to this concept of enshittification, but less prone does not mean that they are immune. I think we can summarize by saying that what we really need is a global scale cloud network which is founded on open source principles throughout. So I would even go a step further and say that you need this concept of open crowdsource, where it's not only the actual software which is open source, the actual protocol which is open source, but also the belief that everybody can start participating in this network and can start actually helping out in case they believe that this is something worth tackling and worth participating with. All right, so here we go. Now, one thing that is missing on the equation is we believe, and you see it from my phone, from my shirt, we believe that one way how we can actually really make a difference is by also taking into consideration a compute device that has grown to be a very, very powerful compute device that everybody of you is using, which is the mobile phone. And there are a couple of reasons that I would like to highlight. For starters, mobile devices are very, very efficient when it comes to compute per watt. So they have a superiority in the silicon that is actually put into these devices. Of course, a single device will never have the, well, never say never, but won't have the same performance as a full rack server. However, because they're so efficient, they're able to work with more devices. They're all ARM-based. They all have an unified memory architecture. This means that if the device itself is sporting 12 gigabytes of RAM, also the GPU of that device is sporting 12 gigabytes of RAM. Something that becomes very relevant for today's LLM and AI craze, right? And there's a cheat code. These devices get kind of churned through humans on a very fast pace. This means that you can purchase a lot of compute with very, very little money. If you buy a device that has a cracked screen, the value of that device on the market is very low. The compute is exactly the same. And that's what we do at Acurast, basically. We have mobile devices. We start dedicating them to the network so that others can then start using that. Because to decentralize the cloud, we need two things. On one hand, a really distributed global scale network. On the other hand, this network should be open to all sorts of hardware and all sorts of devices. And here we have a couple of pictures from the community where people are now literally creating clusters of mobile devices that they can then later use to run all sorts of workloads, bringing back this cypherpunk spirit. Like also to show, this is actually another video of a setup of a community member that we have who has about 400 devices. Let me see if that video works. No, it does not. But the thing is, a mobile device alone has about 8 gigabytes, 8 cores. So it's fairly performant for workloads. But if you're able then to scale that to 400 of them, it becomes very attractive. Devices are very silent, so you can even run them in your bedroom, basically. Now, we discussed the software, we discussed the actual orchestration between it, we discussed the hardware that we need. Now the only thing missing is basically you. And I would like to invite you to definitely join this cloud rebellion and start also participating by dedicating devices that you have in your drawer or devices that you're not utilizing throughout the night. Thank you so much for listening. That was my presentation. Yes.
Great.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. We have one panel, and then we have lunch. Thank you. So let's welcome the panelists for the DePIN Energy panel, talking about a greener future enabled by DePIN. Come on down. There we go. Welcome. Does everyone have their microphones? No. Microphones are coming. Great.
Hello, everyone. Okay, thank you for the introduction, Tom. Okay, so yeah, we'll be discussing about the energy sector within the DePIN. We have some interesting guests with us. Okay, yeah. So we were just chatting right about the tokenomics of each project and how your project is different from the other ones. So yeah, you can start.
Okay, so my name's David Duckworth. I run a company called Rowan Energy. So we use tokenomics as part of a fundamental part of our infrastructure, but our end users are completely transparent to anything blockchain. So because we're installing devices into people's homes who have just bought solar or are buying solar or have had it before, the demographic of our customers are over 80% of them are over 60. Over 50, sorry, and 40% of those guys are over 60. We do survey them often. I think 2 years ago, the first survey, 96% of them said they don't want crypto, or what's that, or are you talking about that criminal internet money I've read in the newspaper? And then last year we surveyed them again, and it was 86%. So the attitudes are changing. But we make the whole, I think when you're going for mass adoption within a traditional market for people outside of the Web3 space or non-coiners, muggles, or however you want to call them. So you have to make the technology transparent to them. I mean, I'll be honest with you, these guys can't even reset their password on their dashboard, right? So they're going to have trouble understanding how receiving a crypto, converting it into a token, and then cashing it out at some point. They're going to really struggle. I mean, don't get me wrong, the world will get there. Like, you know, tokenization is becoming a more, and especially the tokenization of real-world assets is becoming a more day-to-day thing which they're going to be reading and listening about. But the demographic of people who are middle-class homeowners, this is particularly for our market in the UK, are not ready for that yet. And so we need to make that technology transparent to them and make it easy for them to work. But the tokenomics part is a fundamental part of our infrastructure still. You know, we do run a low carbon, low energy blockchain. But I think for the end user, the energy people, it has to be really transparent and easy for them to use.
Yeah, Tom actually gave a very insightful talk on tokens within the DePIN and how they're not just a meme, right? So yeah, Greg, we were discussing the same thing. You want to add to that? The tokenomics of your project? Greg.
Sorry, can you repeat?
The tokenomics of your project, how different is it from any other DePIN project?
Mm-hmm. So my name is Greg. I'm a co-founder of C4E, the blockchain for energy-specific and e-mobility use cases. And actually, tokenomics is a very important part of community-driven approach. And even today, I had a discussion with one of the guy, and he asked what is our value proposition. Why this approach is better than approach which you can find on any other, let's say, Web2 company. And so, first of all, token gives you ability to build DAO, which is a very important part of the project and where community has ability to vote. On the other hand, it allows 10 or 15 years ago, everyone was using social media to bootstrap their products. Right now, we can use token incentive model to bootstrap the PIN network, and this is a very important factor of the building the product, because you could have amazing product, but if you don't have users and nobody is using, and you don't have saturation, it's pointless to focus on that.
Cool, cool. Okay, so Jason, yeah, we were discussing about the unique challenges of energy sector projects. Like you were discussing about the installation, going specific areas, and how you discovered that it was a big issue, but you have to get into that. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, happy to. Energy DePINs, I think, pose unique, unique challenges compared to previous versions. So we start with Helium, kind of the earliest version, IoT network. It was pretty plug and play. You buy a box, you plug it in, you start mining tokens. Very DIY friendly. And as a result of that, you started to see tons of people in the community start to operate fleets and find real estate locations and start to deploy fleets. That model doesn't exactly work in energy, because to be a deployer in energy, you need to be a master electrician, you need to be licensed with the local and state authorities in the US at least, and certainly in other parts of the globe. You need to be able to procure and finance this equipment. It's much more capital intensive than a wireless radio. And so the complexity around energy, if you're attempting to scale a DePIN focused on decentralizing energy grids, is how do you manage the installation process to make this simple, make it efficient, and make it affordable for people to start participating in a network and save money on their energy bills, and also earn from participating in part of a broader energy network that supports the grid. And so one of our earliest learnings when we launched Daylight, initially with just a focus on the protocol, was that if the protocol is going to be successful, we need to find ways to engage and manage the installation process for this equipment. And so as part of that and part of our ecosystem, we've launched the Daylight Installation Network, which is a standardized CRM, engineering, design, and financing software platform for local vetted installers in our network to come and utilize to cut the cost of installation, plug directly into our network and user base to help them access these upgrades, and do it in a way that is very, very affordable. So I think that is like the biggest complexity, is that when you're building any DePIN, you should look at the market from first principles and start to understand how are we going to get this hardware into the world, and then you need to go about building products and services to solve that problem.
Cool, yeah. When it comes to sustainability within the DePIN and energy sector, how does your project contribute to that? How do you make sure that you are contributing the sustainability and we move to zero emission?
The stated goal of the protocol is to decentralize energy grids to support the next generation of power demand growth and ensure grids remain reliable and scaling to meet that power demand. And so the protocol explicitly incentivizes local generation, storage, and energy management at the edges of the grid. So solar and storage, electric vehicles, electric hot water heaters, electric HVACs and heat pumps. All those devices are internet connected today. They're easy to integrate with purely through software APIs. So in Daylight, all of our integrations are directly done through software, not hardware, directly to these devices. And users start earning for contributing flexibility from those devices back to the platform. And so every device that we are incentivizing is an electric, low-carbon, efficient device that exists in a home or a building and is replacing an inefficient fossil fuel-fired version of that. So on the heating and cooling side, that might be natural gas heating or propane heating. It might be power that you're procuring from a utility, from a centralized grid that's produced by coal. It's now being produced by solar on your roof. So every device that we incentivize is a sustainable device, even though the explicit goal is around decentralization and energy reliability. The best way to build out a network of decentralized, reliable assets are efficient electric technologies.
Cool, great. Leon, you want to add to that how Arcrene's models are sustainable and what you guys are doing?
Okay, everyone. Yeah, my name is Leo, the founder of
Mike is.
Yeah, my name is Leo, the founder of Arcrene. Arcrene is using the DePIN model to connect the global the renewable energy resources. We're starting from the rooftop solar panel, And the first, we try to monetize those renewable energy resources. And the first, the demand side use case, we try to monetize the energy data coming from the solar panel to the environment asset. But it's a purely, the on-chain, the economy. We issue the REC, the renewable energy certificate, on the blockchain, and also, to do the on-chain offsite, to do the voluntary carbon neutrality by the community. So the contribution the Acurast, to do for those sustainability, the also impact is we are targeting the long tail, the residential, the solar panel. So those assets, the energy assets are small. So the most of the traditional, the environment asset, the developer don't have no interest in on those small size. They more focus on the larger side, the commercial, solar project. So the DePIN is, the suitable model for those scenario to, try to reduce the CapEx, the OpEx, and adding the, the IoT, the solution, and the real time, the measuring the energy generation data to the blockchain. So that is the first, the value the Acurast can bring and can help to monitoring those long tail, the renewable energy, the certificate, the asset for those rooftop solar panel. The second, the value we try to bring is we also create a very unique, the on-chain application called the Green BTC Club. It's a community-driven, the on-chain application, and using the community to offset the historical the carbon emission of the Bitcoin network in the past 15 years. And every, the individual, the climate actor from the Web3 community can consume the tokenized rack generated by the Acurast from those rooftop solar panel and to green the Bitcoin block. So we actually, the driving those supply side to the demand side to on-chain issue the REC based on the solar panels, energy generation data, and to the on-chain offsite by the Green BTC Club. So to create this Web3, the carbon neutrality, the standard, and also generate a very unique, the Web3, the retail buyer market to buy those small side, the tokenized, the environment asset, and to also motivate the individual to take the climate action.
Yeah. David, do you want to add to that?
So I think the focus always seems to be on carbon offsetting, and Rowan Energy does this too. And I think everything that you said is absolutely spot on, right? So, but it's all about the quality of the data that goes into your chain. You need to make sure that, especially within the carbon market and auditing within that carbon market, needs to make sure that you have complete assurance and quality and transparency, and you can drill into them all the way back to the source. You need to make sure that all the readings are mid-certified so that they can be of a billing standard. But that's not the bigger picture, right? So the bigger picture isn't so much in regards to carbon offsetting, which has an effect on climate, but also you need to think about social impact. And so what we, and I think it's probably all of us here, are trying to achieve is, carbon offsetting is part of this ESG kind of blanket where, we're trying to make a disruption to a certain traditional dinosaur of a market, but also add other aspects to this, of which ricochet off it. So by people getting solar, they reduce their energy bills, and they're helping people in energy poverty. With our tokenization and with our platforms, we're encouraging the adoption of rooftop solar, which then helps lower countries' net zero targets. But within that, like we're doing a social housing project at the moment where every house gets a free internet connection, and this now allows people to have reduce connectivity poverty, which is a real thing, right? It's becoming a human right to have connectivity. And so by introducing a product which increases the returns for solar, encourages the adoption of rooftop solar, it gets people connected to the internet, which improves education, which can help with your health records. And you can, national health services, etc., and you can actually quantify to legislation or decision makers that actually our product, you can quantify it, because energy is really easy to quantify, right? You can quantify it to how it's reaching that country's net zero targets. And then suddenly this becomes a national interest for people, where I think I think I also like, I feel your pain, Jason, in regards to how you have these things installed, because especially in the UK, and I know it's the same in the US, you know, if you want to participate in the energy market, they need to be installed by qualified engineers. You need to prove that it's installed in a certain place. You have to, I mean, our engineers have a platform that go on, it takes a GPS snapshot, there are photographs taken to prove the asset is actually where it is, and it's not, they could be running a diesel-powered generator behind your kit, right, and nobody would know, unless you have this assurance of the quality of data. And I think it's important that that assurance of quality is the beginning of all this good that could happen, but you know, if you just fill your blockchain full of rubbish, you just end up with a blockchain full of rubbish. Rubbish you can't bloody delete either, right? It's always there, right? And so it's right at the beginning, you have to go back to the fundamentals about what you're trying to achieve. And, you know, the problems with the carbon market is double counting, it's guesswork, there's an air gap in the data, so that people just like, oh, that's 50 tons of carbon, and then they add a zero, and then they mint certificates off that guesswork. Whereas if, you know, by adding blockchain, the traceability and the immutability, and then the assurance of the quality of your data is paramount. And once you've got that, you've actually got a premium carbon offset certificate that's worth far more than these others on the market, because you're building in trust.
Yeah, yeah. Greg and David, you both projects are based in Europe. We earlier had a very insightful discussion on regulation side of the things. So there's GDPR and other data privacy acts. So how do you make sure that you store the data in a way that's compliant with the regulations? And yeah, you want to add to that?
Yeah, definitely. GDPR is a big issue from the perspective of data, and definitely we as a global network, we had to cope with that, and we didn't take the approach that we are storing directly data on chain. We rather doing on chain and adding proofs on chain, because this is compliant with GDPR. On the other hand, maybe I can talk, because we are talking about regulation and so on, and very often people are asking me about decentralization of energy network, how it is supported by countries, and especially EU, and actually this subject is well supported, and so we can share here, like for instance RED 2, it's renewable energy directives which even enforce belonging countries to distribute energy sources and have a decentralized environment, and so we are well positioned, and the blockchain approach is well suited to such approach, and even maybe because you are discussing about energy certificates and so on, this is something what is not it didn't enter to the white market, but in my opinion this is just a matter of time, because they are more efficient, cheaper, more accurate, and definitely customers will have customers at the end of the day for such products.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so DePIN in general, you know, it disrupts the legacy industries. So the people in power, they don't like the horizontal-based incentive structures. They are used to the vertical, you know, top to bottom structures. So Jason, can you add to that how your project or how you plan to disrupt industry, or you want to complement the existing infrastructure?
I think energy uniquely is both a disruption, but it's also a complement and a necessity for where power grids are heading over the next 10 to 20 years. Moving to local generation storage, behind the meter energy devices, right? Decentralized energy resources sitting in our homes and our buildings, it cannibalizes the utility business model of selling retail electric supply to customers. But as markets continue to liberalize and deregulate, utilities are becoming much more like pipeline companies. You know, they're effectively just operators of the wires, and you have other companies that are doing other parts of the stack. They're selling electricity, they're selling retail energy supply. And so as the market deregulates, it's interesting because these small behind the meter energy resources are actually opening up new capacity on energy grids. if coordinated intelligently together, they're providing resiliency and grid support in order for grids to be balanced and power reliability to increase. And so at the same time, while they're cannibalizing kind of a traditional utility market role, they're also supporting the utilities role over the next 10 to 20 years of becoming really a distribution system operator, managing the wires and ensuring that the grid remains reliable. So I think it's uniquely kind of both. It's a new business model for energy and one that disrupts the old legacy status quo, while also being a very complementary part of where the old guard of the energy industry are moving to for the next 20 years.
Yeah, David, you
Maybe.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, so solar's doing that already, right? So solar's already decentralizing energy for people. And I think connectivity to houses is a necessity. But I think if you were talking about peer-to-peer energy trading, right? So where, rather than market conditions, so traditional batteries now in homes, when market conditions are right, they discharge onto the grid for, an extra few pence a kilowatt. But if that market trigger was that your neighbor turned their kettle on, which is when your battery discharges to the grid and those peer-to-peer tradings happen. I don't know. When I first announced that this is what I was going to try and do, I think it was like 2019 or something, I had some really rich, powerful men from big utility companies telling me, you can't do that, this is illegal, you're not going to be able to do that. But their attitudes, I think you're rightly so, are changing, and they're realizing actually that this kind of like more granular energy grid is what's required to deliver energy to people's home that is within their community, is within their locality. And rather than these big energy grids thinking about, oh, this is going to take away our business, they're more focused on thinking about, hey, maybe we can do localized battery storage, move the energy at night when it's cheap to move about, and then deliver it locally during the day. And they're going to need blockchain, I think, to be able to deliver that also. And so I think you're absolutely right. What we're building complements them, but we're not against them. This is the evolution of an industry that is, it's run by special shaking hand club and shareholders' Christmas parties. And actually what they're realizing is, even by introducing solar, you're decentralizing energy. And actually some of them are still dead against it, but others are now, I'm sure they've got departments considering how they're going to work with us, I'm sure.
Maybe let me add something, because you asked about being disruptive, and actually from the perspective of common people who are using energy, for them the most important is one thing, maybe two things. One is how much I have to pay for my bill. This number one. The second one being secure from the energy perspective. And this is actually what distributed, decentralized and renewable energy can provide, especially supported by energy storage, being off-grid, energy community, the solution which we are providing, that you can trade energy directly in peer-to-peer mode, and it is extremely cost-effective, and they can provide own tariffs, even dynamic tariffs, where people can have access to cheap energy. And on the other hand, the whole distribution network is outdated. In Europe, is a nightmare, and so somehow from big players and governments, that concept have to be supported, because they cannot do everything themselves. So definitely, I wouldn't say it's revolution being disruptive. It's rather revolution and showing people that it is very important, and such approach is beneficial for many actors.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I can add some, our research, because we are seeing the markets, has a trend. The energy supply side, more and more the distributed renewable energy resources, the solar, the storage, battery, and in the demand side, the more and more, the digital application, especially coming from the AI. So I think that in the future, in your home, right, today air conditioning is the most of power consumption equipment, but in the future, maybe your AI server will consume the most of the electricity. And that's the one, the market trend. And secondly is we think if we try to build the global level, the peer-to-peer, the energy trading market, we need to try to decouple the grid because just as Jason mentioned, every country, every region has their regulation, right? The utility company, the grid put some requirement to access the grid, and they had their price list, right? You cannot negotiate the price. So we are thinking maybe there is the possibility. Today we are using the grid to transmit the electricity, right, from the supply side to the energy demand side. But maybe in the future we can do the reverse way, right? That we can transmit the energy, the demand side to the energy supply side via the internet. For example, I'm living in Singapore. I have the task, right, to using the world to generate the picture. This AI task, we can transmit the data, the model to the one, the supply side in Australia. They have the solar panel, they have the battery, they have the GPU, right? So this, the facility can calculate, right, using the AI and consume the green energy and capture the result and send the result back to to my side by the internet. So by this way, we consume the energy. We consume the energy from the solar panel, from the battery, and but we are not, involving the grid. So that could be the possible way to, achieve the global, the scale and creating this, the peer-to-peer, the energy trading market.
Yeah, great point. Because we live in the AI age now. With more generative AI, we'll need more data centers. The need for, more dependent on energy and fossil fuels. So, like, deep in energy sector contributes to resolve that. You want to add to that how deep in energy sector would come into play with the AI generation?
Okay, so I just want to make something clear first, right? So 70% of power purchase agreements in the UK, these are, I want to open a big solar farm or a big wind farm, and I want to sell my energy to someone. I need to raise 500 million quid. Google gives you a promise they're going to buy your energy for 10 years. You go to a lender and they lend you the money. So that means that 70% of the power generated by renewable energy in the UK is owned by Google, by Amazon, by Microsoft. And if that grows, I think it's really clear that households that aren't part of a decentralized energy grid will be buying their energy from Amazon, Google, or Microsoft in the future, because they will be doing power purchase agreements for energy at 8 pence a kilowatt from these guys because they paid for it up front for the next 10 years. And so, like, Amazon Prime customers will just go, we're now offering energy and you can pay us 50 quid a month and we'll lock you in for 5 years, because they know they've got the power generation. Now what you have there are effectively data companies or energy technology companies that are entering the energy space. And that gives us an opportunity now to be able to integrate with these companies a lot easier than what we're doing now. These guys are the ones that are hosting these data centers with large AI capacity, right? Which is why they've been out there for years, sucking up these power purchase agreements to get cheap energy. But I think there's, so one of the issues we got with peer-to-peer trading, especially in the UK, and I know it's the same in the EU, is that moving energy around the grid is really expensive, right? So it costs you 23 pence a kilowatt to buy energy from the grid, but it costs you 20 pence to move it. And so if I'm selling my energy to my neighbour, even if it's 3 steps down the path, I'm paying 20 pence to the grid before she can even have it. And that is a real problem, and legislation needs to change, right? So why should I be paying 20 pence a kilowatt to send it over there when it's the same to send it to the other side of the country? And that's because there's no granularity in the system. But by adding this granularity level that we're able to put into here, where we track the energy in real time, which they don't do at the moment either, coming on and off the grid in real time, we're able to effectively understand that actually I should only be paying from point A to point B, and what's the calculation of that, right? I think AI is a massive concern energy-wise for, especially in the aisles of energy poverty, right? So if these big tech companies are buying their energy for pennies on the pound, somebody needs to pay somewhere, and it's probably the consumers that will end up paying. And energy prices are only going to go one way for these guys. And so by introducing what we're doing now, I think effectively gives them at least a sporting chance or a fighting chance to deflect those energy cost rises, I think.
Yeah, we look forward to more green energy-based industries in future. Okay, so I think that's our time. Thank you so much for joining us on the DePIN Day. Over to you, Tom.
Great. Thank you. Give a round of applause for the panel, please. And it is lunchtime. Everyone's earned it. You've been here for a while so far, so let's have lunch before we return to more keynotes. So thanks, everybody. Lunchtime. All right. All right, I'm going to go warn people. All right, we're getting started in 2 minutes. 2-minute warning. Hey there. Come on in. Let's see. Voice out here. No. All right. I think, let's see, what do we have to really flip the lights? All right, should we get going? All right. Lunch is over. I don't think that, not everyone has gotten that memo yet, but they're about to find out. All right, we're closing the door. Last chance to come in.
A pretty constructive way. So DAWN is a protocol for providing decentralized broadband, and you're going to get a good chance to see what that means in a second. But if I want to walk you guys through the problem statement, why am I even working on this in the first place, I guess it all really started with the fact that I was getting screwed over by Comcast one too many times, and I wanted to do something about it. But to give you a sense of how this same problem that I felt is really representative all across the world, this one stat over here kind of boggles my mind, that only 50% of Americans have option to one high-speed internet provider, right? So consumers don't really have a choice when it comes to internet or anything else in this vicinity of being able to offer a high-speed connection to people's homes. So it's almost a little bit reductive for me to repeat this problem to you. If you are in crypto, you understand this entire consolidation problem has gone a bit too far. And I think it's fascinating to look a little bit at the history of how something like this manifests, right? How do we get to a point where we have an oligopoly across all of these different industries, across this specific industry at least? And the history behind it, actually, it kind of makes a lot of sense. The only way that we've had to be able to deliver connectivity over the past several years is to run wires into people's homes. And lately, things have upgraded to fiber optic technology, but we're still in a scenario where it costs over $1,000 to be able to just cover a home and provide some level of nominal service. And if you're in a scenario where you have to spend $1,100 per home, that's naturally going to lead to a level of consolidation, but more importantly, it's going to prevent upstarts from being able to actually compete in this space. And so the argument that I make as I've looked at how wireless has evolved and as we kind of consider a world where we eventually go to a fully wireless one, it's clear that when you look at the unit economics of providing coverage and service using wireless, it's just much better. If you're in a scenario where you can cover a home for $10 to $15 rather than thousands of dollars, that actually really represents a way forward. And that's the essence of the opportunity that we started taking advantage of in 2018. We saw, hey, if you could find a way to get wholesale bandwidth that you could bring to consumers, and then pair that with good technology, good wireless technology to make it very cost effective, you could actually start competing against these guys. So Andrina is a Web 2 company that I started off in 2017. We built a wireless network with Princeton University and then started branching that off to a whole bunch of other areas. But the essence of how that is all done comes down to these 3 points that are over here. The very first thing you got to do is you have to buy affordable internet. You're typically going to data centers, wholesale internet providers, and more. And to give you a sense, that 50 cents per month, that is essentially what it costs to buy a residential internet plan directly at a data center. So I currently, where I live, I have Verizon. I pay $128 for Verizon. And in that scenario, if it only costs them 50 cents at a data center. So if you can leverage that incredible margin and just find a cheap way to distribute it from point A to point B, then you have an interesting business. And so that's really where points 2 and points 3 come in. If you can then take it from that data center, beam it over the air using wireless radios and antennas, and then on point 3, distribute it directly to the consumer, now you actually have a much lower CapEx way to deliver internet to people's homes. And to give you guys a sense of how a small little company like ours can make pretty decent progress, this is like a decently good status update about what we've done with this. So we started a Web 2 business that competed directly against Comcast and Verizon. We're providing internet to over 10,000 households right now, and we're operating in now 11 states. So to give you a sense, we've worked with real estate partners, we worked with the New York City Housing Authority, the Jersey City Housing Authority, all the way up to Class A developers. And this just gives you a little bit of a sense of what a small company can do with a little bit of capital and a really good team behind it. But we are able to build a coverage map of 1.5 million households in the northern New Jersey, New York area. And so this is really something that if you can scale this all across the world, it's what it's actually needed for wireless to be able to provide a competitive service towards fiber. And through the process of building this network and going to about these 11 states that we have here, we built a lot of the technology that made our lives easier, like to kind of be a little bit more concrete. We built the technology that allowed us to automate various aspects of internet delivery. And in that process, we kind of realized that, hey, if you could find a way to actually have the consumer help you, to have the consumer work with you to build mini Andrinas all across the world, then you can actually scale this entire vision much, much faster. And that is the essence of what Dawn is. We've taken a bunch of this technology that allows us to do our jobs well, and we want to enlist the consumer in helping us build a consumer user-powered wireless network. And there's 3 major hallmarks of what a network like this actually looks like, but it all kind of starts with this first point over here. When you are essentially using wireless and you're teaming up with households to be able to distribute this across an area, you're essentially fractionalizing the CapEx. So not only does wireless give you a whole much cheaper cost to cover, but then you're spreading it out across many different homes to reduce the barrier to entry. So you can allow everybody to participate in that infrastructure. The second major point here is you're in a scenario when you have a user-powered last-mile network. There is no centralized provider. People are able to offer internet directly to each other. They can set their own rates, and hopefully that nets out for better price discovery, and the market will converge to a better, cheaper internet solution for everybody. And the way that we see it happening is that if you remember back to that previous slide, when you're buying internet at 50 cents and the consumer is bringing their own hardware, there's no reason that a gigabit internet can't cost $10 to $30 per month. And if you're in a scenario where you're paying, like me, 128, and you're now going to 10 to 30, you're in a scenario where you can allow consumers the ability to really save thousands of dollars a year. And this is essentially why we get so excited by this vision, right? I don't think a lot of other DePIN projects have the ability to be able to have that level of a direct monetary impact into people's homes. And my hope is that with something like this, it can accelerate the transition of bringing DePIN to individual households. So the last most important thing that we need to cover here before we get into some of our progress updates is that if you care at all about the space of connectivity and the history, I originally thought telecom was boring, but I started looking at stuff like this and I thought it was a little bit more fun. But the point being is that this vision of what I'm pitching here of a user-powered internet, it's one that is important to keep in mind that it's been around for the past 20 years. You've had researchers in MIT were the first guys that really tried to take this vision and make it practical. And it starts with this project in 2003 called RoofNet. And RoofNet was essentially a scenario where you had a bunch of different students that used their dorms to create a wireless mesh network using 900 megahertz spectrum, the same that Helium used on their IoT network, to be able to interconnect this network and essentially deliver gateway from all the way on the top of the network directly to those DSL points down over there. And so they were able to demonstrate that you could definitely do something like this, but the reason why this didn't become the norm is because of this first point over here, is the technology at the time from a wireless perspective was not good enough to be able to offer a meaningful home internet service. And in this scenario, they were able to deliver about 0.5 megabit per second of throughput, but that's nowhere near where you need to be able to deliver high levels of speed. But 2023 and 2024 were really the first years when wireless technology got to a point where you can actually offer multi-gigabit levels of speed, right? The other major successful technologies out there, like 5G home internet, Starlink, even those can't offer multi-gigabit levels of speed. So fixed wireless is kind of the first time that we as a society have taken wireless to the point where we can compete against fiber. And when you look at sort of these other things that I mentioned, wholesale internet for a gigabit costing around 50 cents per month, you can really begin to see how it's very easy to bridge that gap now from people that have excess bandwidth all the way to the people that want that bandwidth. And I think when you consider also the fact that a single Zoom call only uses 0.5% of your total supply, consumers have a lot of data to be able to service and bring to other people. And so before we kind of go on to some of the more other updates that we have and the technology behind it, the easiest way you can think about this is if you think about how Helium provides decentralized mobile service, our aim is to provide decentralized fixed service, so internet for homes and for businesses. And to give you a sense of some of the technology that's behind this, some of you hopefully have seen some of this stuff that we've been talking about online, but these are the kind of 3 major categories that we felt that we had to innovate on at Andrina that now create the backbone of what allows a consumer to actually participate in this network. So the first one that we have, and we built out this system called the robotic antenna system, it essentially takes a generic antenna and a radio and adds a mechatronic system to be able to automatically aim it and point it. A good example of why this is necessary is when you buy a Starlink connection, that dish will point itself at the sky and align itself with the LEO constellation above you. It's the same idea here, except you're going to have to connect to somebody else who's in the vicinity that has extra bandwidth to give. The second piece of that is we noticed that through the commoditization of Wi-Fi baseband chips from companies like Qualcomm and MediaTek, it actually became very easy to build your own Wi-Fi AP. And by actually owning this piece of it, not only can we make enterprise Wi-Fi cheaper than pretty much any other company out there, because that's not really our business model, we can kind of pass the savings on to other folks. Well, we can build custom firmware that allows us to do very easy internet sharing. So if you're in a scenario where you want to share your internet with your neighbor and have it all encrypted, stuff like this is what allows you to do it for very cheap. The third one is, one that I'm quite fond of, is this generic purpose router. So we also built this, we took technology from Cisco in 2021 that was open sourced and built a software router on a generic x86 machine. And what that means is that instead of buying an expensive Juniper or Cisco device, you could now do multi-gigabit routing on a $200 to $300 device. And so the barrier to entry to be able to provide high performance routing, which is what you need for a user powered network, has been taken down massively. Now there's a lot of fun other things that come with this generic purpose router. It can be a multi-miner. It can do stuff like, Akash, render, Filecoin. There's a lot of cool things that you get from having this little black box in people's homes, but just important for now just to keep that level of performance in mind. So I don't want to spend too much time on this slide, but here are some fun updates that we've got over here. We announced our fundraise about a month ago, and since then, we've got 500,000 verified users that downloaded our Chrome extension, which is essentially a verifier in the system. So I think what's kind of, gets me quite excited about this is the very same vision that Helium brought to the table that got people excited about a user-powered internet. It's still alive in people, and the traction that we have received from this, I think, is just a resurgence of that same phenomena that we've seen in consumers. And in terms of on-chain revenue that we've been able to bring on from the Web 2 business, obviously that speaks very strong for a very important topic in DePIN right now, which is the demand side. And I'm very confident in saying that we have de-risked a lot of that demand because everybody needs internet, and people love saving money on their internet bill. So hopefully we get to take this to the next level. And even though Andrina has historically been a Web 2 company that's operated in the United States, I also want to impress on the fact that this technology is really designed to operate internationally. The major unlock that kind of allows us from a wireless side was the FCC releasing 6 gigahertz of spectrum that the rest of the world has since followed suit. And the last time this amount of spectrum was released, it led to the creation of Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. So frequency is, in some scenarios, a proxy for technology and economic value that can accrue in connectivity. And so as we see areas that have good wholesale infrastructure, right? If you look at Ghana, there's a massive amount of subsea fiber optic cables that run from London all the way down to South Africa. So you're in a scenario where if you can tap into a couple of points there, you can really build a highly performant network that is just much cheaper than fiber. So we're excited to bring this technology all across the world. We're obviously going to be deploying in the US, but we have operators that are in these 3 countries that are excited to partner with us and be able to deploy here as well. And before I kick it off to any questions, this is kind of, I guess, the final mental model I want to leave you guys. If you want to ever explain to somebody what DAWN is, obviously you have the Helium mental model to be able to understand, hey, they're doing mobile, we're doing broadband. But I think this entire trend kind of falls into something like this a little bit more, where our goal is to do to internet what solar panels have done to electricity. The same way that solar panels give you consumer-owned infrastructure, you get access to a cheap and abundant resource, and you can sell your surplus back to the grid. We're now looking to do the same thing with DAWN in a connectivity perspective. So the same way solar panels give you energy independence, my hope is that a protocol like DAWN, and namely DAWN itself, is going to be one that brings connectivity independence to folks all across the world. So if you guys want to connect to learn more, you guys can obviously hit me up. I'm going to be here for a little bit. Hit me up on Telegram, Twitter, all that good stuff. We're always looking for folks to be able to deploy with. If you have a good community that you want to set up a bunch of nodes in and be able to earn some money by selling internet to others, let us know. We're more than excited to team up. But that's all I got for you guys. If you guys have any questions, I guess now would be a good time for me to take them.
Any questions? Looks like everyone understands every element of the protocol. Oh, we got a question from Mike.
Second one, Mike.
It's going to be a good question. We know that.
Not sure about that, but what's your plan on a token, and how are you going to accrue value to the token?
Yeah, so the plan for the token is there's a lot of different elements towards that. The part that I'll say right now is that the same way that a token is in any DePIN project, like it's a Geonet, right, is that you need to incentivize the creation of supply. So the protocol will essentially emit tokens where people deploy nodes that is proportional to the value of the supply. So a simple example of that is in traditional telecom, the major metric people look for wireless coverage is households passed, right, how many households you serve. So the protocol will emit tokens that is proportional to the amount of households that are served, and hopefully technologies like Geonet actually play a role in helping to localize that and verify the amount of coverage that people have. The second piece of it, which we really didn't get into in this presentation, is it helps add a trustless layer. So if I'm in a scenario where I'm selling you a gigabit of bandwidth, how do you really know that I have a gigabit of bandwidth to sell you? And so there's some interesting proofs that we've built on top of this with a company called Witness Chain, like proof of bandwidth, which gives you a decentralized speed test. And a token is essentially a store of economic value that can be slashed in a scenario where people don't abide by the stated topology of the network and the performance they're supposed to offer. So there's a whole lot more things on the token side of stuff. White paper's got a bunch of details there, but hopefully that gives a little bit of a primer. Yeah, for sure.
How interested are you in rural deployments?
So I'd say in developing countries that have rural deployments that have some level of density to them, we are interested in those. Typically, I see areas that are actually properly sparse, not necessarily a target for us. We were mostly interested in urban. But then we got approached by a company that is essentially an impact fund that does DePIN projects in emerging markets. And they were saying, hey, if we could find a dense community in Kenya where we can deploy a Starlink at the school, but not everybody else can afford a Starlink, can we actually use DAWN to distribute it terrestrially? And it ends up taking that connection and spreading it out. So stuff like that, I'd say, is probably the way that we think about the rural side of stuff. But I'd imagine most of the growth is going to happen in the urban footprint. So the most important thing in this multi-gigabit scenario, the constraint is line of sight. So you're in a scenario where you can typically offer point-to-multipoint multi-gigabit service in the range of around 3 to 4 miles. So it depends on things like weather and all that kind of stuff, but it is pretty far, right? Like we have one site in Brooklyn that's the tallest building in Brooklyn that can see over 1 million households just from its footprint in that 3 or 4 mile radius. So a single node, a single right person can really create a lot of value for the community this way.
Great. Any more questions? All right, let's have a round of applause for Neil. Thank you, Neil. And up next, we have a switch. We have Mike from Geonet, who is up, and Thomas from Silencio will follow. So we're just flipping those two if you're paying close attention to the agenda. Mike is up next. So welcome, Mike Horton, the co-founder of Geonet.
Thank you, Tom. Super looking forward to talking to you a little bit about what Geonet is and how we kind of got into this field and so forth. But it's a term you're probably not familiar with, which is RTK, and we are now the world's largest RTK technology. But RTK is a technology that's been around for a little bit, just been super expensive. What the technology provides is centimeter accurate location, and that's centimeter accuracy in X, Y, and Z. So if you've been here trying to get between all the different super cool side events, you probably have noticed that here in Singapore, GPS does not work very well. And that's really the problem that we're solving. So I find myself sometimes on the wrong side of the street, not going the direction I think I'm going. I've experienced some pretty big inaccuracies with GPS here, and centimeter accuracy would have really helped me a few times. The way our technology works is we need terrestrial base stations. Similar to sort of Dawn, we need a device up on the rooftop. We need these at about a 1 per 20 kilometer spacing. And so that's what we call the mining process. So we have a device sold through about 13 different partners that costs $700, and it mines GOD. We call it satellite mining. So it sits up on the rooftop of, of buildings and talks to all the satellites. And there's actually a lot of different satellites out there that are leveraged in the Geonet network. There are US satellites, that's what we call GPS. There is Russian satellites that your phone is also using, those are called GLONASS. There are European satellites called Galileo. There are Chinese satellites called Beidou. And collectively, actually, a modern smartphone, a modern car, will be talking to most, or if not all, of those satellites simultaneously. And our miners collect data from all of those satellites. And by collecting this data at the rooftop, we're able to kind of analyze that data and then correct for transmit a data stream to your phone, to your car, to your drone, to your robot, and correct for distortions in GPS. And take that sort of, big area that you sort of think you're in down to actually the size of a golf ball. So it's a pretty powerful technology. It's just been super expensive. And the reason it's been super expensive is because people have not wanted to deploy infrastructure. And I think that's maybe the most important thing with DePIN is that DePIN is a way to get real high-quality infrastructure built very quickly. And especially in the Western world, in Europe and in the USA, infrastructure is incredibly expensive and hard to deploy. A little bit of history, myself and one of the co-founders actually we realized the cost of the hardware to mine the satellites was coming way down. We also realized the need for high accuracy data and applications like autonomous driving and drones was going way up. So we started off looking at, could we deploy nodes in kind of a Web 2-based way, going to American Tower, going to like public storage locations, and we found it to be enormously expensive. And I'll show some of those numbers there. And that's when we actually saw Helium. We saw what they were doing with the IoT network at the time, and we realized that we had a topology that would be easier to do than Helium IoT, but it's a price point of hardware that was similar. So we said maybe we should try the DePIN model, and it's worked phenomenally well. In the 2 years since we started, we've been able to deploy over 9,000 base stations. And that makes us the largest precise location network on the planet by a margin. So I'll show you some other stats in a second. And the network is continuing to grow really nicely. And we're got very good coverage in all the major cities in North America, working on rural areas, even better coverage in Europe, really almost complete coverage, working a lot now in Southeast Asia, India, we have 400 stations in India. It makes us the largest commercial network in India for precise location. So it's really been a super big success story. And the combination of the coverage and the quality of the data has really led to us having quite a lot of demand-side traction, and I'll talk more about that in a second as well. When you look at competitive Web 2 networks, the two largest networks that are provided by Web 2 are both provided by large public companies, maybe not the most familiar names, but they're both, as you can see, quite sizable in terms of market cap, and their businesses are selling high-precision location services and products built upon those services. And they each run networks of about 5,000 stations, and from that are able to generate $3.7 billion and $6 billion in revenue, respectively. And you can see kind of where we're at in terms of market cap and revenue, but we have double the coverage. And on top of having more coverage, all of our stations are what are called fully modernized. So back when I talked about the benefits of this fast deployment, these guys have taken 20 years to get from sort of 0 to 5,000 stations, and a lot of CapEx spread out over many, many years. And so as a result, many of the stations are not fully modernized. So I talked about how there's Galileo, and there's Beto, and there's GLONASS, and there's GPS, all these different satellites. They may only be tracking, say, the US satellites and the Russian satellites, which are the oldest and most mature. They probably, in many cases, aren't tracking the newest signals from the European and the Chinese satellites, whereas all of our stations provide that. So we're offering better coverage and really a better quality product to the marketplace because we've been able to deploy very quickly. And that's led us to really be on a nice path from a revenue trajectory point of view. We have really a good set of customers spanning marketplaces from automotive, IoT. We're embedded now in 4 different chipsets that are GPS chipsets that then, like Quectel, for example, is a world's leading producer of IoT modems and small GPS modules that builders put into their product. They run on Geonet. In agriculture, we've had some big success enabling lower cost automation and precision farming. In fact, the USDA, the United States Department of Agriculture, has set up a Geonet node and has tested it and seen that it works just as well as, say, John Deere's system. And now they're working on a white paper to share that with the community. And we're doing some further things with USDA that we're super excited about. In the area of drones, we think that this whole field of robotics is just really, and I'll show you a little video at the end of why robotics and drones likes Geonet so much, but it's actually starting to become very prime time. The drone delivery, FAA just put out a thing called Part 108, which is going to make drone delivery much, much more practical in the United States. It allows for the beyond visual line of sight operation of drones. And I think you're going to really start to see services like that pop up. You're also going to see consumer robots. So we've partnered with a couple of different manufacturers of, say, robotic lawnmowers. And these are devices that you can pick up for like $1,300. You put them in your yard, you turn them on, they'll map your yard, and then they'll start mowing it. They're green, they're electric, no noise. They'll cut for you every day. Makes your yard look like a golf course. And these things, I think, are going to be super popular because they have an ROI themselves, and they're sort of ready for prime time. And Geonet is a big enabler for that because you need this high-precision location signal. You need it to be ubiquitous, and you need it to be cheap. And then finally, we're getting some traction now in sort of other Web3 applications, including gaming. And we're really excited to be thinking about sort of geocaching and Pokemon Go-style games, augmented reality type of games where location plays a key role. Being able to provide that hyper-precise location can create new engagement models in those games. So all these things, this is our first year of revenue. We're up at about 1.2 million ARR. We do see a very good pipeline through the next couple of years of that growing. And that, gets into our tokenomics, which I'll talk about in a second as well. I just kind of wanted to show a little bit about, why customers like it, Geonet, and kind of go back to, look, if you were deploying RTK in a traditional way, traditional RTK base stations are like 25 grand. You're going to spend at least 5 grand to secure a location and pay rent for it. And so that, you multiply that out by 10,000 stations and all the work you need to do to manage that in a centralized way. It's no small feat to find these locations. You end up with sort of like $1 billion of CapEx to build a network that Geonet's built in 2 years with a small venture fundraise and the huge support, the tremendous support of the broader DePIN community to make that happen. Our tokenomics, we're big believers in the burn-mint equilibrium model. So we have kind of a fixed initial supply of 1 billion tokens, but that supply is actually decreasing. So we're down to like 993 million tokens now because we burned 7 million, and that burn comes from revenue. So as revenue comes in, that affects the buyback and burn of GOD tokens. The burning portion is 80%, so it's a heavy burn. We don't feel like the Geonet Foundation, it's just a protocol, right? We're not trying to build a big company. We're trying to build a protocol, much like DNS is a protocol. It's a way for people to, create coverage for high precision location. It's a way for people to distribute high precision location services and do that really fundamentally in a very decentralized protocol way and accrue as much of the revenue that comes in through that process back to the token through the buyback and burn mechanism. We have a new device coming out that is going to bring Geonet to automobiles. This device, if you were a Grab driver here in Singapore, I highly recommend it because there's a lot of problems with GPS here. You can put this on your car without changing anything on your phone if you have Android. You don't have to do anything, and your position on all your apps, from the Uber app or the Grab app to Google Maps, will be replaced by the Geonet location, which is going to provide you lane-level accuracy, much more precision in terms of where you are relative to the turns you need to take, get you tracked through tunnels, into parking garages, a lot of stuff like that. And the other benefit is it's going to earn some GOD token rewards to help us prove out coverage and perfect our overall algorithm suite that includes both the RTK coverage, but also some of the post-processing tools that we use. So this device is landing, and it'll let people who maybe don't have a rooftop also participate in the Geonet ecosystem. It's a $150 device, mounts on your roof. Another benefit of it is it has a secondary antenna that kind of repeats the signal, and so that can improve the performance of devices that don't even have any software connection to Geonet. So a good example of that would be, for example, a dash cam. Maybe your dash cam is not earning the rewards you'd like because of GPS errors. Well, you can put this on your roof, and it will improve the performance of the dash cam as well. So I want to give, we're talking about high-performance location. I think a lot of times it's kind of fuzzy as to what that means. So this is just a cool little video here, if I can make it play. Maybe click one more time. Well, the video is not playing, but I can tell you what it shows. It shows basically this little robot going in a circle, and this particular one is not the version of the video I wanted to show. The video I wanted to show shows the phone GPS making a very ragged circle that doesn't look anything like a circle. It looks like just basically noise, and the Geonet device making the perfect circle. But you can see from this, this is the GeoPulse app. So you can see the precise location coming in on the app, and you can see that basically completing a circle very accurately. If you do that with regular GPS, it doesn't look like anything like a circle. It looks like just kind of a hairball, because that, regular GPS is accurate to sort of 2 to 3 meters. This is accurate to 1 centimeter. So it's just an order of magnitude difference in performance, and is a real enabler for robotics. So some of the different things that we're working on at Geonet, of course, there's the classic miner that's providing the coverage. There's the car-mounted device that I was talking about. We're also using Geonet now to help other DePIN projects work with proof of location. So because these satellite systems are decentralized themselves, you have the Russian ones, the Chinese ones, the US ones, the European ones, they don't coordinate with each other, and there are signals that come down from there that no one knows before they come down from these satellites. So we can use that to make a hash that makes an extremely sort of state-level security proof for location. So when a device runs an algorithm through Geonet, we can prove that location in a way that's incredibly difficult, basically impossible to spoof. So we've partnered up with Wingbits to help them. One of the big things in the ADSB networks that Wingbits is building is that they really need to know where the ADSB receivers are. So we're working on that device with them. This is a picture of one of our partners, one of our customers, Verity.ai, their robot. We're going to probably do some special promotions for the consumer lawnmower in the crypto marketplace as well, just to get more people running with the robot. But this thing will also be on your normal sort of like Amazon and Best Buy, pre-configured to connect to Geonet. Turn it on, put it in your yard, and start mowing. Kind of close with just a little bit. The Geonet team is growing and building. We have been really fortunate to get backing by a number of the leading investors in the DePIN and broader Web3 ecosystem, and are continuing to kind of march forward with the expansion of the network and capabilities of the platform. If you want to learn more about the project, you can reach me at mike@geonet.com. But this is our head of blockchain, David. You're also welcome to reach out with him. And then these are our social media platforms as well. We do publish a lot on YouTube. So one of the cool things is about Geonet, we have a lot of customers. We have over 30 B2B partners who are using Geonet and reselling the service to their customers or integrating the service to their customers. And many of these guys have done interviews with us on YouTube. So you can actually hear kind of how they see DePIN. And people often ask, well, do customers like crypto, not like crypto? And we get a variety of different responses. So most of the folks are just focused on, look, a DePIN-based network provides better coverage, better price, but some do have an interest in the crypto aspect. Some customers, especially smaller ones, may be out actually deploying some nodes as well and participating in both sides. So it's pretty interesting to hear from customers who are using a DePIN network and growing their business on a DePIN network, their perspective on what makes DePIN special and how it makes it very different than a Web 2 centralized solution. And that's all those types of videos are on our YouTube channel.
Fantastic. Let's give Mike a round of applause. And do we have any questions? Lots of questions. All right. Good sign. All right.
So as I know a little bit about Geonet, and I also know a little bit about the people of Wingbits, 2 questions on that collaboration. How much fun was it to work on such a level with 2 adjacent projects, and what challenges did it entail?
Well, I think that what's really cool about it is it's also implementing a thing called software-defined radio, which means this will be, I think, the first mining device. So the ADS-B, instead of using a fixed radio, it's actually a software-defined radio, which means you digitize the air, and then you decode that digitization to get the ADS-B data from commercial aircraft. It's pretty interesting for Geonet. We're obviously not in the flight tracking business, but we are in the drone business, in a major way in the drone business. And this flight tracking stuff, because you have drones interoperating now in commercial airspace, is super important to the adoption of these bigger, more enterprise-grade drone platforms. Technically, it's a pretty complicated device. So the Wingbits has chosen to go with the hardware manufacturer developer that Geonet has been using to sort of build out the base hardware technology. And this is going to be a very sophisticated piece of hardware with multiple different mini PCIe upgrade cards, so you can add 4G to it. You could add an additional radio. They're thinking about also doing boat tracking, which is another software-defined radio for a standard called AIS. So it's a really unique device that I think is going to be interesting. And so I think the engineering of it has been quite challenging. Yeah.
Other questions?
Does location make a difference for the miners? And is it like, can you optimize, or is there ways that it wouldn't work as well, are there ways to optimize your profits?
Yeah, so there are 2 pieces. Let me go back to this tokenomics slide. So the first piece is just, okay, if you put a Geonet miner up, there's some considerations. You need a clear sky view. So if I were to put it on this rooftop here, right here, it'd be no good, because there are all these buildings that are taller, and it would violate what we call our 20-degree elevation angle, which means from the antenna, I should be able to go, build a line at 20 degrees out and not hit anything. And obviously, I'm going to hit these buildings. So I need to be up on the top of that building up there. That one would be good. but not this rooftop, right? So there's a sort of physically getting it in a place that has a clear sky view. You don't need to be the tallest building in the world or anything like that. Like, it's just a sensor. It's just listening to satellites. But you don't want to be hearing satellites bounced off these other buildings, because that, in fact, is the distortion that we're trying to correct for that's causing your signal to bounce all around when you're walking between these buildings here. The second thing is we have a hex system. And the first miner in a hex can earn a location NFT, which will guarantee them to be able to mine at the top rewards rate. But if there are multiple miners in a hex, then they're sharing. If you don't have the location NFT, say you come into the hex later, there's already a guy with the location NFT, then you're splitting rewards. And so then it's not as profitable to mine. We do that, so we use a lot of different pieces in blockchain to try to really make the network be well structured, because that's what customers will pay for. They don't want to pay, they're not going to pay for a bunch of money for 500 nodes in Singapore. They're going to pay for a network that's got, 2 or 3 nodes in Singapore because it's very small, and then nodes in Malaysia, and nodes in Indonesia, and nodes in Vietnam, right? So we use the combination of location NFT, and then we use staking to create higher reward zones to try to build the network in a way that's responsive to creating an even coverage that's required to go to market.
Hi, great presentation, and you're one of the inspirations for all the DePIN projects building as an actual proof that real value can be created with DePIN, or actually in this case location use cases. So my question is on the actual fundamental of the business, which is the rewarding. How do you avoid the problem of the token equilibrium plague that Helium has reached, that the token went too high, too fast, and then it crashed? So how do you make sure that the Geonet tokenomic participants are not getting slashed and leaving to burn into this ecosystem?
Well, I think we borrow some basic concepts from the Web 2 world in this, which is, if you look at networks like Airbnb or Uber, they grow up a little bit of supply, then they grow up a little bit of demand, they grow up a little more supply, a little bit of demand. They don't try to grow all the supply in the first 1 year of their project, which I think can lead to a situation where there could be too much token inflation, or if you're in a speculative bubble, then you have this massive market cap because you have all these unlocked tokens, and then when the revenue doesn't come as quickly as you had hoped, and the speculative bubble ends, then the token price crashes. So we have a kind of incremental token emission schedule that does have a halving to it, and we're trying to constantly kind of build up revenue in parallel, and it's a bit conservative. Like I think initially people looked at our tokenomics and thought it was way too conservative. We wouldn't get the supply side, and I think we could be growing the supply side faster given the amount of interest we have in it. But the other thing I think is very important in blockchain projects is you don't change the tokenomics every day, and I feel some DePIN projects, it's tricky because they want to optimize, right? But I feel like there's some projects change the tokenomics too often and make them, every little move in the market, every new idea they have, they change the tokenomics for. And that's not great because it's very far from Bitcoin. You think about Bitcoin, it's one simple schedule that's been there from day one, and it'll never change. And I think that provides a lot of predictability and makes it much more of a protocol to do it that way. So in some cases, we'd like the supply to grow a little faster, but we're not going to just randomly change the protocol, because I just don't think you can do that consistently, because you change it one way and then you tweak it another way. I don't think that works. It's my opinion anyway.
Definitely agree with you there. So thank you. Let's give a round of applause to Mike and Geonet. Thank you. Next up, we have Thomas, founder of Silencio Networks. So please give a round of applause to Thomas.
Good afternoon, everyone. Small correction there. I'm actually Theo. Thomas had influenza and had to stay in Munich. So I'm hoping I'm going to make this entertaining for you. Actually, when I walked here, I walked into the wrong building. And I noticed, the first thing I said to my co-founder, Eric, is, I wish Geonet had an antenna up here. And that's a perfect example, what you have just described, of a DePIN creating real-world value. And I guess the argument I'm going to be making today, I don't want to shield my project. I want to really create a, a vision for you to see how these commodity-based DePINs can bring hundreds of millions of users into these protocols and essentially help leverage each other. So I imagine, it's not a hardware versus software kind of argument I'm going to be making, because if we have many, many users, hopefully those can convert back to Geonet and vice versa. I am going to give you, though, a little bit of context on what we do so that you know what Silencio is all about. So what problem are we targeting today? By 2050, and these are very hard facts, we're going to have nearly 70% of the population living in urbanized areas. This means that 1 in 4 individuals is actually going to be suffering from hearing problems. And this creates a situation in which we need to create hyper-local insights to create more livable cities of the future. And this is where Silencio initially is coming in with a very novel data set, in which we have created a very fun and gamified, free-to-use mobile app for anyone to join and to deliver hyper-local readings on their surroundings and create these insights across the world. And it's a great impact we're seeing. So far to date, since we launched over a year and a half ago, we have over 300,000 users. Our app is open more than 1 million times a day. And we're currently mapping the size of Paris every day. So this is real data being created on a daily basis. And what we want to focus on very strongly is the utility side of things. And I think this is one thing that perhaps we DePINs forget. It's not all about the solution, but also the utility for the users. So why would people use your protocol regardless if they get rewards or not? And this is what we're also targeting with our product. We want to appeal to a Web2 audience that doesn't care about rewards as well. That comes in because they can select one of nearly 7 million venue check-ins worldwide, identify how loud it is, and go into those places accordingly. We see millions of these uploads being delivered on a daily basis. And the beauty of these software-based DePINs is that you can iterate really, really fast. You can create new expanding data sets as your own. Well, essentially the smartphone market, you're tapping into 7 billion devices, right? And so one of these new data sets that we're launching, it's a B2G product, which is noise complaints. Only in New York City alone, we have 5,000 complaints a day. And yeah, loud city. And with this, we want to create the insights for governments to understand where it is consistently loud and take according actions. And that's also very important. What do you do with the data? Do you take the actions? Because what we're creating is the insights, and then the action part is extremely important. Rounding up, we have a very interesting combination at Silencio. And something that I often tell people is, noise level data has been mapped with smartphones ever since the first Motorola's were around. This isn't something that Silencio invented, but we did turbocharge it. We brought in, the industry experts that were mapping noise level data using smartphones already. In New York, for example, we're working with an NYU assistant professor who's been mapping out noise across New York City. And we said, let's infuse the DePIN model and let's see if we can create the biggest DePIN network out there. And today, that seems to be the case already. So democratizing smartphone data, I think for me, it's really the fundamental of how these DePINs can reach mass adoption by bringing in many, many users, by focusing on utility and really solving a real-world problem through blockchain. We've seen, Geonet, and I think I'm not opposed to hardware. I think they make sense for very specific use cases. They have their, they have surely their upsides, and they also have their challenges. So do we. And this is something I'm going to be digging into a little bit now. But essentially, this software DePINs, We're seeing many of them being popped up. But the beauty is, as you own a vertical, and we started off with noise, you can expand into many other data sets and tap into huge existing markets as well as the product matures. One thing to do is focus on strong gamification for users to, want to interact, want to come back. It's super tough competing out there against all these apps, especially if you think about TikTok and Instagram and so on. So one core thing that we have to do is to reduce the friction of daily participation. This means that we have to create passive ways for people to come back. We have to focus on the real user utility, like the venue check-in already today. So imagine before you booked your hotel here in Singapore, in my first night, actually, I ended up staying in a very loud area. I don't have the coverage yet here, but in the future, I would have avoided it by having this data integrated into, let's say, bookings or Airbnb. I think there was a refresh problem with the PowerPoint, but I'm just going to skip over to this. So I'm going to challenge some of these assumptions I'm making as well. I did say, there's 7 billion smartphones, but essentially there's also 50 billion IoT devices, many of which can be integrated within the Silencio network. And you have ultimately a situation that you can create extremely profitable companies because you have no CapEx and you have a very low OpEx. And so you create very lean organizations, fast-moving organizations that can iterate very, very fast. And you don't have supply chain issues. So imagine until you get a network on hardware that is commercially viable, and this was the situation with Helium, I suppose, at the beginning, that takes time. And we know that this industry is not known for its patience. And so we have to really think, how can we create networks in certain areas that are commercially interesting? And one argument for the software-based DePINs is that through dynamic rewards, you incentivize areas of higher commercial interest for you than, in the middle of nowhere where that data might not be adding any value to the protocol. The weaknesses. Hardware, as I said, makes sense. And obviously, smartphones are not going to be as accurate as a professional DBA device, but we focus on the rule of large numbers. This is including a lot of data and through that identifying trends. And then obviously you got the outliers. And as the more data you get in, the more of a conclusive insights you can derive. And one side is that obviously you need a lot of high active users participating, especially with our data product of noise. Noise is constantly changing. And so it might have been loud in that very moment, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's always loud there. If, however, that trend persists, then you know what the average soundscape of that area can be. Having that higher flexibility means, you can iterate faster. You have so many so many sensors in your smartphone. Just think about the smartphone you have today versus the smartphone you had 10 years ago, and potentially the smartphone you're going to have in 10 years from now. And so owning 100 million users down the line, that's your real asset as a software-based DePIN. You can gamify any new data set, reward users for that value, and through that create a lot of data products. Some of the threats. Everywhere where there's money to be made, there's going to be cheaters. We know that. So that means that continuous spoofers and cheaters are in the system. You have to create systems to identify those. For example, we have a very simple one, but if someone's driving around with their car, that data is not going to be useful for us on the street. So, speed limits are one thing that we do there. And there's a lot of different filters to identify abnormal human behavior that is, computed for the system. And I think that that is the biggest threats for these commodity-based DePINs is essentially dirty data. You're exposed to Apple and Android. Yeah, if they tomorrow change their terms and conditions, you have to be able to deal with that and adapt accordingly. And the low barriers to entry means that there's going to be a ton of DePINs out there tomorrow that tap into smartphones. So for me, it's going to be a winner-takes-all market. So the more you can position yourself with the network effects at the beginning, the better you're going to have of a chance of being that DePIN that people want to use. Because you're not going to be using 10 different protocols in your phone. You're going to get tired of that, which leads me to the new shiny thing problem. So there's always going to be something that excites people more. There's always going to be something new that comes up, and you have to stay relevant. And through that, you have to create ways for people to participate passively. You can't expect for people to come in 1 million times into the app every day. That might be currently the situation, but you have to find ways for people to continuously deliver data to the protocol. So with that said, I'm going to give it up to the audience and any questions that you have.
Great, thank you. Do we have questions? Yes, Mike, again.
Yeah, I'm a person that really hates noise, so I love your idea. So can you like classify the sounds, like the lawnmowers, or like if I'm looking for a new house, like figure out, is this a place where there's, I mean, how close are we to having something a person could actually use for some different daily tasks to avoid noise?
Yeah, exactly. So that's an excellent point. Today, we're only measuring decibels, and we are working, and that is thankfully to the scientific team we have. Through frequencies, you can also identify the noise sources, and through that say if it's a lawnmower or if it's an airplane, you know, if it's street music, whatever, and through that start clustering noises accordingly. And that's going to be essential to create those insights as well in a much more deeper and immersive level.
Question, yes, Rob.
Now, full disclosure, this may qualify as a softball because I think I already know the answer. But in your presentation, you talked about noise being sort of the first data set, and then you talked about the phones have lots of different sensors. So can you talk a little bit about maybe some of the other data sets that you think Silencio will be able to collect over time that, you know, will open up new markets and new opportunities for you?
Absolutely. So one data set that I think I'm very excited about is point of interest data. Essentially, every time that you go to a place and you say it's at Starbucks across, that information is being pulled by an API provider. And that pull is very expensive. Sometimes, with Google's case, it costs a cent. So imagine every day the massive value generated by Google just alone on those API calls for those locations. We want to create our own base in which we allow people to create that venue, and essentially we already have 7 million locations. There's over 250 million locations worldwide where today you can check in. Many more locations don't even exist on Google Maps. And so if we create that API database for people to access, and let's say I tell the community, hey, every time that call is being retrieved, half of that goes to you, for the sake of the argument, it's going to be a massive incentive for people to be the first one to create all those venue check-ins and then, you know, get those royalties and perpetuity into the future. That's one data set I think that taps into a very clear value proposition. Then you have, you know, wireless network or cell phone coverage data, also for cell phone companies to understand where to expand their coverage next. Yeah. Health data and so on as the spectrum progresses.
Terrific. Any more questions? All right, round of applause, please. Thank you very much. All right, next up, we have our DePIN infrastructure panel. Scott is moderating it. Scott, come on up. Bring your panelists up. Here's your mic.
Let's go.
Let's go. Here we go. We're missing anybody?
Yeah, Huddle.
Well, we can get everyone else up there, and Huddle will come in a second. There we go. Scott is a veteran panelist, this is his second DePIN Day panel. First one was in Austin, I believe. Is that right?
Yeah, Tom,
Yes.
really appreciate what Fluence is doing, bringing all change together. We don't need DePIN islands, we don't need bottlenecks, we need to all work together where we can. So I love what you, Nadia, have done. What an amazing turnout, and yeah, let's grow.
Yep, let's keep it going. Excellent. Well, I guess if we have the I see someone running through the glass, but let's just 1 second see if we've got the. If not, we can get started and we can have a late entrance, which is also fine. Yeah, Scott. Oh, there we go. Here we go. Had to go all the way around. There we go. All right. Let's go.
Amazing. I think we got everybody here. Cool. So I think we can start off with just some quick intros, and don't go too deep in your project because I will be asking you questions that will get us there. So we could do a quick intro. I'll start. My name is Scott. I'm the growth lead at Peak Network, a layer 1 for DePIN. If you're not familiar with Peak, we take all kinds of devices, machines, vehicles, and turn them into dynamic real-world assets that you can earn from, and really appreciative to be here.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Chloe Fung. I'm a co-founder and CEO of YouTube Network. We are layer 1 for DePIN ecosystem. And we have been building our project for the last 2 years, already backed by KuCoin Venture. IDG blockchain is the blockchain app of IDG. They back more than 30 unicorns in the world. And beside that, we also got invested by other famous VC within the DePIN space, such as JDI, Chain Capital, and Web3 Port. And I'm happy to be here today. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Luis Gruson. And for those of you who don't know, Quill is a platform for deploying decentralized networks as SQL databases. And so while Quill isn't in and of itself a DePIN, we've seen a number of use cases starting to build on top of Quill. So excited to be speaking with you all today about it.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ella, head of marketing at Gelato. Gelato, I think it's a little bit of a different project from the lineup here. We're building chains. We are roll-up as a service, and we're actually building Fluence's chain. How we support DePIN, we give you scalability rails and ensure that you can really reach masses and scale to millions of users and bring it to everyone on the planet.
Awesome. Hi, I'm Ayush. I'm one of the co-founder and CEO of Huddle01. Huddle01 is a decentralized real-time communication network. We have a three-pronged approach. We have an app, which is very similar to how Google Meet and Zoom works like, but completely built in a peer-to-peer mesh network manner. That means all your audio and video calls doesn't get routed through central servers, but by your own laptop's bandwidth. We have our own SDK, essentially, which means that anyone can add audio video in their own apps in less than 5 minutes, be it a Clubhouse, building a Zoom, building a game. Essentially, it requires audio video. We do that. And third is a network, which is our holy grail, which means that if there are 5 people who are doing a call right now here, and if you have a good internet connection yourself, you can become a node and you can power the call of all of us. Building for the last 4 years now. We were in DePIN before it was called DePIN. We used to call ourselves as Decentralized Real-Time Communication Network, and yeah, it's been fun seeing all of you here.
Oh, that's awesome, and I'm so bullish on all you guys. So it's cool that we already have a relationship. Let's get it started. So, Ella, I know don't feel free to pivot, like when I ask the question to make it work for you for your answer, because it's a little bit different than a DePIN. But Chloe, let's start. We'll just go like this, and then maybe on the next question we'll go back. So it's been a crazy year, right? 9 months since the big Masari report gave it the DePIN name. What have been the key building blocks for U2U for not only what you're doing but the other projects that are building on U2U as well?
Yeah. So for these questions, the first thing come into my mind is I guess that all the speaker are gonna say like. Some of the key block of building a DePIN project would be like token incentivization for the user, or as well like if you need to choose the right network to build on top, to build your project on top of it, and also the other thing more around the product. But for me, like. In order to build a successful DePIN project, we also need to care about the business side as well. Because we know that the DePIN project is working in the way that there's a not, is one side is the contributor and the other side is surely is a consumer, right? If you have too many contributors contributing into your network and you have like nearly zero demand or people from the consumer side, then I don't think your startup gonna sustain or gonna be success. So for me, business side of a DePIN project is very, very important. How we can convince a Web2 startup or Web3 startup is using the decentralized GPU power or using decentralized storage, right? It's very important for a DePIN startup. So that is my answer for your question.
Thank you so much, Chloe. Go ahead.
Yeah, so in speaking to a number of, I'd call them IoT-specific DePINs, the biggest problem that they have brought to us at Quill is they aggregate a lot of data and they have some sort of token, but there's no logical connection between the two in terms of how do you create utility for your token and tie that to the data your network is creating. So kind of your question, what are some of the core building blocks for the DePIN space as I see it grow over time? I think of it as making it so that it is easy for a project to clearly define utility of a token within their network and make it so that the data they aggregate through individuals operating IoT devices clearly goes back and accrues value back to their native token, right? So being able to use the token in some tangible way, whether or not it's aggregating data, paying for access to that data, but making it so that it's clear and defined how you interact with a network based on the data it produces. And I think back to like the business model issue, we could dive a little bit deeper into that later, but we see that as a way to create not only utility, but clearly value accrual between the data that a DePIN generates and the token it launches.
Amazing.
Maybe let me build on that because you talked about incentivization mechanisms. I think all of the incentivization mechanisms need a good infrastructure below, which means that you need to have a good chain layer that promotes decentralization, and you need to also have a good middleware layer that helps you to distribute those rewards. And I think this is where Gelato can help projects in DePIN automate reward distribution and create a chain that really is fully decentralized and serves the purpose.
Yeah, I think answering your question, just a second. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, answering your question on the core building blocks, I think first thing which, when we started Hull 01, there's a couple of good advice which we got from a couple of our partners and the giants on whose shoulders we always used to stand on, like Filecoin, LivePeer. We saw these projects building for so long, for 8 years, 10 years. And we saw that to build any kind of a DePIN network, there's two ways in which you can go about it. Either build the demand side first or build the supply side first. And what I believe is that building the demand side yourself is a very good way to go about it. Essentially building, but for that you require insane amount of product jobs as well. So doing in a manner where you can build demand yourself and then over time make it not a switch but a slider in terms of how you want to decentralize the network is how one should go about it. And that's what we have done at Huddle 01 as well. We started by building the app first. Got almost 7 million minutes of meetings so far on the platform, and then essentially wrapped that platform into an SDK and use that SDK for others to build on top of us. There was a very good presentation before this by Geonet, where FrodoBots was using Geonet, and we were chatting with FrodoBots. So communication essentially is needed not only for doing audio-video calls and 2D screens, but also when we are talking to a robot, to an LLM, to a gamer, etc., etc. And that's why I believe that if you build a consumer app yourself, wrap that into an SDK, and make sure that SDK also is being used by people, consumer developers, and then essentially the network, you can make it permissioned and then over time permissionless. That's a very good way to get a lot of business towards your side, create an escape velocity in terms of the demand side, so that once whatever work your token does, you have a good amount of sustainability built into the system itself. Helium has done a good job over time now with a lot of these telecommunication carriers now moving to the Helium device. But I think that process can be made faster if we are taking a demand-first approach in general. Yeah.
Awesome. Sorry, excuse me. So the coolest thing about DePIN and RWAs for me is it's making crypto get real, right? We've had enough meme coins, we've had enough metaverses, we've had enough social-fi, we can keep going on and on for the next meta. I know not everyone knows exactly what you all of you do. So I love what you were talking about, Ella. So maybe we start on this side. What problems are you guys solving with your DePIN? And obviously, Ella, you can just answer that, what you guys are solving at Gelato.
Yeah, absolutely. So with us at Huddle 01, what we are solving is, when we started Huddle 01, we realized it was actually a hackathon project. It was ETH Global HackFS. We were just doing a cool hackathon, and we wanted to build something really nice. It was peak COVID, and I was sitting in a tier 2 city in India. And at that time, I was using Zoom. But when I was doing a Zoom call, essentially, I had to use Zoom in tandem with WhatsApp because the latency was so high. And the reason was that the internet speed was 25 Mbps or 20 Mbps, and the call quality was not great. And I used to always ask my friends, hey, what did the other person say? Because the jitter, buffer, latency was so high. And then we realized that the problem with that is not the problem with Zoom, but how the internet infrastructure is built. So while I'm doing a call in India with an Indian person, my calls were routed through a central server in North Virginia. So all my audio and video packets were routing all the way from India to a North Virginian server, and then it was coming back. And this needed to happen latency of less than 100 milliseconds. While I'm chatting with you, this should happen less than 100 milliseconds, otherwise the call will not look real time. So that's where the idea came into picture, that if we want to have communication much more faster, immersive, you need to have a lower latency communication. Be it doing in a 2D screen, be it doing in any kind of environment while chatting with an LLM, or while chatting with a robot, or while chatting with a gamer. And the way to do that is essentially using an unused bandwidth, which is much more near to you. So a call, when you're doing real-time communication, is not throttled by compute, but is throttled by bandwidth. And we all have a decent bandwidth at our own home, 150 Mbps to 200 Mbps of connection. And that is enough to power a call of 10 to 15 people in itself. So that's how we started, building a network which is decentralized, where the bandwidth could be used to power the call of all of us. And that's the biggest problem which we are solving. That was first. Second was privacy. The calls when we do on Zoom, these are transport encrypted, but not content encrypted, which is a big problem because at SFU, which is the selective forward unit, that's where the encryption breaks. And the third is that all the value accrual, whatever intellectual conversion of calls which we are doing, the value accrual is either happening to Jeff Bezos or AWS, or essentially to a platform itself. This could completely change if we built it in a bottom-up fashion, where the value accrual happens to you and me directly, rather than basically happening to a central platform in itself. And if you see in the last 20 years, from Skype to Zoom, we have not innovated a lot in communication. We have went ahead with a peer-to-peer communication called Skype to a communication where the scalability has increased to 200 people. But if you still want to do a multi-haptic communication via using your VR device and doing a game, you will not be able to play. Try doing that with a GPT, chat with a GPT on a voice command, and try to see how fast the latency is. You'll still notice that the latency is super high. And the reason behind that is that we're still way far away from the brink of laws of physics on how much we can improve the communication. And that's could become way more better if you're doing it in bottom-up fashion. So yeah, that's the problem which we're solving in communication. Yeah.
I think what's interesting about DePIN that you have two sides of it, one which is the physical networks and one which is the digital ones. And I think, like, for example, if I look at physical ones, they're tied a lot of time to geography, right? And when you are, as you said, like in different geographies, right, potentially a one centralized network that is, located in US and hosted in US is not going to serve your customers that are based in Singapore, right? And this is where potentially we as chains builders come in and look into, like what are the requirements of your network? What do you really want to achieve? And for example, like you were talking about 100-second millitimes. This is not achievable on ecosystem chains. You need to have your own dedicated network for that. For example, like if I look on like different stacks across with Arbitrum Orbit, we currently have one chain in production. It's called Rhea Network. It's DeFi, but it's currently producing block times at 100 milliseconds, which you said it's sufficient for communication purposes also in DePIN. I think this is important. Then second, you want to have very low transaction fees, because currently, you know, like if you go to Ethereum, no one is going to be paying to get potentially, like I think you mentioned that you are Silencio, you are gathering data. If you're pushing this data on chain, right, you are paying for this data 0.2 cents or even more, maybe 10 or 20 every time you push on chain, right? But you don't want to do that. You want to have 0.00001 or, you know, like no fees. You also want to have like a completely gasless experience, because your users are not used to actually pushing for a transaction button every single time when you want to collect data or something. So you need to have a network that is implementing completely gasless user experience already onto the chain logic. And this is where we come in the picture. We help projects like Fluence, for example. We launched their Orbit chain. And yeah, we are customizing their chain to fit the user experience that they're looking for. I think generally DePIN is going to flourish on its own app chains, and this is how you really scale and yeah, bring your use case to life.
Awesome. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think I sort of answered it in the last question that you brought up about like the design space of what we provide. But just kind of to summarize it, pretty much bringing the value of your data back to your token. And I think what could be helpful for you guys is kind of referencing one of our use cases within the DePIN space. It's a company called PowerPod. At a high level, you could think of them as an Airbnb type solution for electric vehicle chargers. So, right, they have a platform type business where you effectively pay with their PowerPod token to access this charging infrastructure. That's for most part, it's in homes installed around the world, but really focused on a couple key markets. But kind of like the data business model around having information around how much a battery is getting, how many times it's been charged, its general lifetime. Right, this is immensely valuable as EVs that have been around for over 10 years are hitting the end of their product lifetime. Right, so there's been a huge amount of investment into the EV recycling space, specifically because it's one of those sectors within recycling where it's more cost effective to do so than getting the raw materials from places like the Congo. So selling that data on is going to become immensely valuable and something that PowerPod is actively thinking about. How do I accrue value to my token based on the data that my devices are gathering every time they charge into a new vehicle? And so kind of summing it up, I think that like this is a tangible example of something that's being built with Quill to demonstrate how we're pretty much bridging the gap between the value the data of a network is creating and the token that is used to everything from writing data to querying data. Everything you interact with that within the PowerPod network is tied to their token. So that's kind of like, if I were to sum up how Quill provides value to the DePIN space, it's pretty much bridging the value of the data your network provides and your token.
Luis, amazing. I hope people took notes on that. That was a lot of game right there. Go ahead, Chloe.
Yeah, so as I understand from your question, like the way we can contribute into these DePIN sectors. So as a layer one, we try to build infrastructure layer so that DePIN application built on top of us can maximize their performance, right? So that give them the chance to compete with the Web2 traditional business, such as AWS or Google Cloud or so on. So how we can help the app to maximize, which is the first thing we care is like the low latency and high transaction throughput. We are working in the industry, it's called like distributed ledger technology. I think the blockchain word for this industry is too, like, how to say, too small. It's not covered enough. So for distributed ledger technology, there are three ways of how you structure the data of the ledger. So the first is like follow up the traditional blockchain. The second one is follow with the DAG, and as well the third one is the hash graph. So for us, we don't use the traditional blockchain. We use the DAG, so that like data recording into the ledgers can be like parallelly recording instead of waiting for one block after the block. That's I don't think is suitable for the DePIN industry as own, because we operate DePIN as a real world application, which is like transaction and demand happen like every day, so daily application, not just like gamify and NFT only happen in the bull run. And in the bear market, the network, the app is like with very low traffic. So that is the first thing we choose is to build our network with a DAG base so that to have the application built on top can scale easily with a massive amount of transaction. And the second we care about is the interoperability of every kind of DePIN application built on top of our network. So for example, like, let's take an example. For example, like I'm a company. I use VPN or decentralized VPN product, which is also DePIN product, to try to fetch, to access into the local website to fetch the data to fit my AI model, right? And that data is also can be stored as the decentralized file storage. So how to have that VPN, decentralized VPN, to communicate with that decentralized file storage so that a company can easily use two kinds of DePIN product at the same time. So that is what we also care about. So we follow it with the concept of each of the sector. We have like a subnet with it tailor-made for that sector. For example, we have like DPN subnet, or we have file storage subnet, and we allow those subnet is communicate with each other. So we also have the DePIN, the app to communicate and have them on the growth and expansion as well. And the third is we trying to have like the app, DePIN, the app built on top of us to launch on the mobile version instead of only like Google Chrome extension on the desktop. So for example, one of our flagship product, YouTube DePIN, that we build on top of our DePIN subnet. So we are not the first one build that product around the decentralized VPN, but we are definitely the first one that allow user with just mobile phones, you can download the app and contribute your unused bandwidth resource into the network. And at the same time, the other people who in need for the IP or in need for your internet can access and use your internet. So other product within the decentralized VPN is now only offered in the Google Chrome extension or desktop. And we are the first one could do that. So that's what I mean about like, we try to have the DePIN, the app, when they build on top of our network, can maximize their performance. Yeah.
Amazing, Chloe. So this next question, so we've come a long way, and I'm gonna really age myself right now, but we've really came a long way from SETI, anyone that used to use that back in the day. What was DePIN called before? TIPIN. To all my old school people, y'all remember when DePIN was called TIPIN. Now DePIN, you know, it's like Theo was saying, it's that shiny object. It's the cool thing on the block now. I know all your emails are full. I know your BDs are busy. So Luis, let's start with you, brother. How do you guys go about picking who you're going to work with? Because I know you're probably, we've walked around Token. We saw a bunch of DePIN and RWA added to projects that have been around for a year or two, or Telegram mini app and AI agents and all that. So yeah, I would love to hear how you guys go about picking partners, because obviously you just don't go, yeah.
I'd say the biggest priority for getting the conversation going is a DePIN that's commercialization first. I think this has been mentioned a lot throughout like this conference and this week, but I think that like thinking of them as decentralized protocols and not as businesses, I think could really hurt the space rather than help it. So I think that coming from the perspective of, yes, this is immensely valuable data that could be gathered more locally in new ways that are not possible currently with Web 2 solutions, but tangibly, who's going to actually buy this service, buy this good? So that, like, before even qualifying a DePIN's ability to pay for a service, to implement it, to have the bandwidth to do so, I think that the most important thing is whether or not their founding team is actively thinking about where this could be most effectively used, and really who's buying the service from them.
Oh, excellent. Yeah, we could just go this, and then we'll round it out at Chloe.
Yeah, for us, I think it's very simply if we are able to see three parts to it. On the app side, on the infrastructure side, on the network side. On the app side, it's pretty synchronous network effects. That means people who essentially are pretty tired of using a clunky software, that means using StreamYard in combination with Zoom, they really like to use Huddle01. So that's where the business development team looks into, that who are these creators and people who essentially need basically this kind of product. On the SDK side, it's pretty simple. Anyone who needs to add audio and video communication in their own apps. Whatever nodes they are doing, if their nodes need an audio and video element to it. So, for example, how right now giving voice and video to Ethereum, to Peak, to Solana ecosystem, anyone who requires an audio and video component to their own apps, that's where the SDK goes into picture. So that's how we see that who all requires that. That's the biggest requirement. And the third one on the network side is anyone who has an active set of nodes, active set of essentially data centers running. They are the ones whom we partner for making sure that we have a uninterrupted good amount of uplink and downlink. So yeah, it's a pretty vast canvas. So it's a good, I'll say, good exercise for the BD team to basically go after any of the different departments that they want to, which they really like. But yeah, that's how we go about this three-pronged approach and going after the businesses.
Thanks, Ayush. Now, Ella, what are things that like you go, okay, that's like an automatic thing that I love, and let's have that intro call at Gelato. Like, what sticks out to you? And I think your view is a really good one for the audience because you're not a DePIN project. So yeah, go ahead.
So generally, we always look at number of transactions because like usually when people come, like projects come to us and want a chain, they're already most of the time established. It's rarely that, like new teams come without any kind of history and saying like, actually, we would love to have a chain and spend, I don't know, like whatever they need to set up their network. So I'd say like we usually look at teams that have already delivered successful projects in the past, and then we know that they will deliver a new successful project from scratch because they already have that track record. Or we look at, like, do you have sufficient number of transactions? Is the chain the best thing that, like for your project? Because oftentimes, like having your own chain is not going to solve all of your problems. So you need to have like, I'd say like a good product market fit. You need to have like a lot of things on the business side figured out before you say like, actually, yeah, I need to have like my scalability rails in place. And we see that actually that, like right now it's super cool to launch your own chain. But I think like, like businesses, and I say businesses because I really think that we need to think of Web3 projects more like businesses, especially in DePIN. They need to think of, like, do I have a business model that works? Can I capture value? How do I make my chain sustainable? How do I, bring in profit? Because oftentimes I think like those chains are not going to be potentially capturing sequencer revenue if they go gasless, right? So they need to have a way of capturing value from either subscriptions or some kind of business model. So these are the things that we're looking at, and same for consumer crypto, right? Consumer crypto also need to think of, yeah, how do I bring in value from the user and not extract value from the user? So I think these are the two things that we're looking at.
Oh, I love that last part, and I really hope, again, some projects out there in the audience took note on that ending part. Chloe, I've known you almost since like I started this DePIN stuff, so I know you're always busy with projects, from Asia to America contacting you, and I know you have a good BS detector. So what passes the sniff test for Chloe, and you go, okay, this could work on U2U.
So can you repeat the last part?
Oh yeah, like what do you look for? Whether it's a project or an idea that's getting pitched to you in the intro call, what makes you go, okay, I want this on U2U?
Okay, so for me, to be honest, we are layer one, but we don't have a massive amount like other foundations. You can see like Solana, NIA, and other foundations, they have hundreds of million or billion US dollar. We don't have that money with UCU. And for UCU, I refer to build it more in the sustainable way. And I don't think the way we are burning the money in Web3 is sustainable at all. And so what make a decision for me to onboard a project or put some grant into a project? That's first of all, they need to have a team that have experience and know exactly what they are doing and understand the product and the market, whether the product that is like product market fit or not. And the second one is they want to build a sustainable business as well, not look for short-term money. I don't like that at all. And the third one is for sure, they need to have a good strategy to go into the market. And I'm a sales background. The first job after I graduate is in B2B software company, and got trained very carefully into how to do sales. And sales is the most important of a business. So for me, if the CEO of the company don't know how to do sales, I'm not gonna invest into that money, not gonna give them grants, right? So if the CEO cannot sell, how can the sales team can do? And if you don't sell, how can you have revenue? How can you sustainable your business? You cannot just go and ask VC to put in money for you, right? So that is the three critical thing we're gonna look into a project when we onboard UCU network. They can sustain a business, which means we can sustain our network. Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Chloe. We have about a minute left, so I like to always end these panels with a quick call to action. Yeah, want to let them know how they can find you on Huddle One, and we'll wrap it up like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think communication is something which we all do all the time, everywhere where we are. So my request would be that if you essentially have been doing calls on Zoom, Google Meet, and Teams, would be great if you can spin out and spin up our Meet platform. You'll get to understand it's huddle01.com. You can go and download the app. And what you can do is that you can see how faster, how it has a 1080p audio and video quality, and runs on our own network, and how important it is to build a bottom-up network for making sure that our communication can become super, super immersive over time. So yeah, both on the app side and the network side, if you can try it out yourself, that would give a pretty good taste on what we've been building for the last 4 years into this space. Yeah.
I want to give a shout out to Fluence, actually. So you guys should go and check out the testnet, play with it, try to break it, have fun on it. I think that's the best, case study for us for DePIN. So I would encourage everyone to go and see how 100 millisecond block times look like in production, how 0.002 cent transactions looks like, and yeah, come talk to us if you like that experience.
Yeah, so quick call to action. I think kind of reverting to some of the earlier points I made. If you are a DePIN that has a lot of data, that has a token and wants to effectively accrue more value from that data back to your token, let me know. Yeah, I think we could help you guys out.
Oh, go ahead, Chloe.
Yeah, I would share it we don't have much money like other foundations, but we do have money to support DePIN startup. So we already launched a $1 million grant to support DePIN build on top of our network. And beside the money, we will also dedicate our experience, our team, for example, BD team, marketing team, to help you expand your network, of partnership, of VC, guide you into how to do marketing as well. So come to us if you want to build a sustainable DePIN project. So after the panel, I'm gonna hit to one-on-one meeting with a partner, but my team will be here. Ari, she's sitting right there. If you want to get in touch with UCU Network. Thank you so much for having me here.
Yeah, and real quick, Thank you, Fluence. Thank you, Tom. Second one was even more amazing than the first, and thank you, Nadia, for setting this all up. I hope you guys learned something, took some notes, and DePIN, let's grow.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, coffee break time. Everyone has earned it, but be ready for Richard Duvall from XNet afterwards, and then the investor panel. So coffee, and then the last sprint till we're done.
Hey, hey. Tom, I think we need to continue. Let's continue.
Oh, how do we tell people that coffee break's over? All right. Okay. All right. I'll introduce you. So maybe sit down so I can, or I'll play. All right. We are kicking off the last home stretch of the largest DePIN day in Singapore. So let's finish the coffee. Thirty-second warning. Let's see here. Yep. You done? People know? All right. All right. I think we're going to have to pull people in. But I'm excited to introduce Richard Duval from XNet, which is a basically a telco offload provider, to phrase it kind of in a very untechnical way. So excited to have Richard talk, because he's going to explain a lot of things that he's doing that I think have been under the radar, but is scaling pretty quickly. So I think it'll be a very interesting presentation. So let's applause and welcome Richard to the stage. Thank you, Richard.
Thanks, Tom. Hey, everyone. I know we're heading towards the end of the day, and I too like coffee. I'm hoping we can kind of coax some more folks in from their tasty beverages. But my name is Rich Duval. I am the CEO and co-founder of XNet. And I am here today to talk about one of the most challenging and important issues I think that DePIN faces, and of course talk about that in terms of my awesome project. So a little bit about me. Before I became a crypto founder, I, among other things, did a PhD at the MIT Media Lab. I led a secret research team at Apple. That was a lot of fun. I still can't tell you what I did there. And then I joined Google X in the early days, and ultimately became the CTO of Google X, which was a really fun gig with an amazing pay package that I still sometimes miss. But there are things that I couldn't do at Google X, and I really tried to get Google into crypto at that time, and they weren't able to go there. And ultimately, I had to leave the comfy confines of corporate America and go out and be a founder, once again, in the corporate backspace. Oops, I think I pressed the wrong thing here. How can I advance my slides? All right. So, who here is actively building a DePIN? Hopefully many of you. Raise your hands. Show of hands. Great. So the origins of DePIN is really, I think, a lot of optimism and the desire to bring crypto into real-world use cases, right? And every single DePIN project I've encountered that I would put firmly in the category of DePIN, and we could decide what's really DePIN, has some genuine real-world problem they're trying to address. And that real-world problem, involves something physical, okay, decentralized physical infrastructure. And a lot of these projects say, hey, I want to solve for storage. Great, that requires physical storage infrastructure. Or I want to solve for energy. Or I want to solve, as an XNet case, for communication. These are all real needs, right? There's no question. And in many cases, there's some pretty obvious product market fit. But the problem is, in many cases, you have built products without really completely thinking through the demand side. I fell prey to the same mistake. 10 years ago at Google X, I started a project called Project Loon. Some of you may have heard of this. We put cell towers in the stratosphere on high altitude balloons to deliver connectivity to the world. It was a really technically hard thing to do. It cost a lot of money. And you know what? It worked beautifully, except that the customers for this weren't the people on the ground needing connectivity. It was the mobile network operators. What we didn't do was actually support their billing and rating systems. So we built a beautiful stratospheric network that served data beautifully. And in the wake of earthquakes in Costa Rica and hurricanes and such, they turned it on. It worked. And then as soon as the natural disaster passed, they turned it off. And the reason was they would have had to do a little bit of work to integrate our network with theirs on the billing side. And so they didn't. And so Loon failed. So if they build it, if you build it, they will come. That's not the case. You actually have to solve for the real problems that are involved. And I don't care how elegant your idea is. I don't care how beautiful the technology is. I don't really care about decentralization. You know what I care about? I care about that you have a customer that's willing to pay for your thing, and not in the abstract sense. Connectivity. Everybody needs connectivity. There's no question about it. It's one of the most valuable goods in the world. But if you don't do the entire stack, if you don't do the entire end-to-end integration and make it super easy for your customers, they're not going to buy it. Because you know what? There is a centralized, old-school solution that is competing with you right now. And it's going to be way easier for your potential customers to say yes to that solution than to yours, even if yours on the face value is better. So this is something you really need to ingrain deep in your bones. You actually have to solve that problem all the way end to end and know exactly what your customer wants. All right. So I want to tell you a little bit about XNet, because this is what we've done. Everybody knows that wireless connectivity is valuable. In the US, it's a $300 billion business. $140 billion of that is just wireless data. The US major network operators are kind of screwed. They're heavily indebted, and the cost of money is high, which means that nobody is building out additional capacity right now, and they won't for years. At the same time, data demand is going up on an exponential curve. It's supposed to basically double between now and 2029, and the networks are already maxed out. So what these mobile network operators need is someone else to build networks for them, and that's what we're doing. XNet deploys a combination of rooftop CBRS radios and Wi-Fi radios, and what we're doing is we're building the world's best neutral host wireless network. And we're showing that you can do this. This is a recent snapshot of our network. We've recently passed 1,000 nodes. And we also have some pretty exciting news on the demand side, too. But it really took careful planning to get there. After Loon failed, I decided that my next foray into connectivity would be mobile first. I hired industry veterans, people who'd sold into my customer for decades. I hired the CTO out of TruePhone, so that we could actually build the back end that would trivially integrate with the mobile operators. And because of all those efforts, we've had some real, genuine success. So, in fact, I'm going to get to that in just a moment, but we've now closed a deal with the US's biggest mobile operator. And while I'm not going to officially put their name up on here, I will say that that is 142 million devices in the US that will automatically connect to our network. In the last month alone, we had over 3 million devices connect, and we've served terabytes of data. So to do this, to get to this point, you need to study your industry. You need to know exactly how people are doing it right now. You need to solve a real problem, of course, but understand that in the real world, your competitors aren't other crypto projects. They are the centralized incumbents that you are competing with. And in fact, you need to find those incumbents that you can serve, because they are who is going to be your biggest market. And it's not going to come quickly. You know, when we started with this project, I thought it would take us a year to get our first roaming deal with a mobile operator, a major US mobile operator. It actually took closer to 2. And that wasn't because we didn't do our technology right. It was because it just takes a long time, and we had the people to do those deals. We had the people who knew the right folks, but we had to mature our product to a certain point, and then we could close the deal. Sorry. So, big news. XNet, as I said, has closed a deal with the largest mobile operator in the US. They are paying us for every gigabyte of data. And we are growing really rapidly. I think I've got a slide that shows, sorry about this, yeah. So I'm not going to name the name, but you can see my colleague, Tom, and Miguel, our CTO, standing in an office in Dallas. There happens to be a logo behind them. But this is real data, real customers. So we're seeing, sessions in a month. There's 1.5 million, 1.7 million, and we're talking about, terabytes of data. So this is the real deal, folks. It's achievable. You can do this if you structure your project the right way. So this is the point I'm really trying to make here. If DePIN is going to be serious, if DePIN is going to be something that really changes the world, we can't think about this in terms of, oh, we're going to disrupt the incumbents. We have to work with the incumbents. We can't think about this as, oh, we're going to compete with other crypto projects. No, you're actually competing with centralized projects. Your product has to be that much better, and it has to be super, super easy for your customer to buy. And if you don't design for this from the very beginning, you are very unlikely to be successful. But there really is hope. It's really doable. And I think Fluence, for example, is doing it right. I think they are building a product that people need, and I think they are focused on closing those customers. And I think a lot of you in this room are probably working on similar things. But again, the old notion of sort of build it and they will come, no. Start from the very beginning, design for your customer, understand that your competition is in fact the real world centralized services, and you too can have success after grinding for a couple of years to get there. Okay, so I think that's the core of my talk.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, please.
You talked a lot about building for success. The other thing I think you built for is appropriate token economics, and I think that's a really important component, and I think Geonet went into some detail on their token economics. I think yours are pretty compelling. Could you share that as well to people, because that is a difference from a lot of crypto projects from the previous generation.
Thank you, Tom. I think tokenomics is incredibly important, and I meant to mention that earlier. Your tokenomics absolutely has to work. Our tokenomics is pretty straightforward. Our big customer pays us in cash for every gigabyte of data on our network. We sell radios to people like you who deploy them and operate them. I reward you in, right now, 50 XNet per gigabyte of data that you ship, and then I take 80% of the revenue from our customers, our big telco customers, and I use that to buy and burn our token, thus doing a revenue share back to you. And of course, it's deflationary, right? We're buying those tokens back and we're burning them. So tokenomics really does matter, and that's how you incentivize and create the supply. And so my talk was mostly focused on the demand side, but clearly, if you're going to actually incentivize people to deploy and operate, in order to do that properly, you need to properly incentivize your supply. And by the way, we have got that somewhat right, but we can do a lot better. And to give you an example, when we set up our incentives, our token was trading around 5 cents, which we thought was fantastic, right? And now I'm paying you basically $10 a gigabyte for data, which is a little bit insane, right? It costs a mobile network operator, by the way, in the US about 50 cents to deliver a gigabyte of data to your phone. Our network is an order of magnitude cheaper, and so I can sell them data, retail for half of what they are actually, what it actually costs them, and I can make money doing it. And that's really, really important. So the tokenomics matter, but the economics, of course, of delivering your product also are critical.
Excellent. Any other questions? Yes. Do I see a question? Yes.
Hi, Greg from C4E project, building use cases for DePIN use cases for energy and e-mobility. Actually, we thought about having such tokenomics in a way that we have revenue from customers who are paying, for instance, for EV charging. And then the easiest way is to buy back token and burn, but how are you coping with the regulatory that you are not judged like a security token?
Yeah, so there is some discussion, and this is sort of inside baseball, of course, but if you burn your token, that can be a bad fact from the perspective of, let's say, US regulators, in terms of like assigning the notion of being a, let's say, a security versus a utility token. But it really depends on how you do it. If I'm gratuitously burning tokens as a way to reduce supply, right? Let's just say I'm gonna, I don't know, decide arbitrarily that we are going to, destroy a big chunk of our supply. That's not gonna look good, and you have to be very careful about that. But if instead what you're doing is you're saying as an operational revenue share for your network, you're actually burning tokens. I'm not a lawyer, I can't tell you this is legal advice, but the fact that we are actually utilizing this as a mechanism to kind of return, in some sense, fiat value directly to our operators as part of the operation of the network, we think that that's a defensible position. But there's a challenge with this, right? I've talked to folks who say, oh, you should just emit a certain total amount of tokens, let's say per epoch, and distribute that amongst your operators. That looks like we're gaming the supply. If we say we're going to distribute effectively a dollar value of our tokens to our operators, from the perspective of the regulators, this now looks more like, a utility token, because in some sense we're connecting the actual market value of our token back to the market value of the thing that we're serving. So, but yes, tokenomics from the regulatory side are complicated, and obviously I'm not a lawyer, so yeah.
Great, any other questions? All right, let's have a round of applause for Richard. Next
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, so now we've got Christopher joining me for a fireside chat. So for those of you, this is who don't know 1KX, don't know Christopher. It's let me give a little bit of introduction. I first met Christopher and his partner Lasse in Hong Kong, I think in 2018. And Christopher is the founder of a fund called 1KX. 1KX is one of the first and largest crypto-focused funds. I think they launched in 2017. And they launched from and started with about 6.5 million and grew that to about $1.2 billion. And I think it's an open-ended fund. So I think they manage in that sort of that range of capital now, primarily an open-ended fund, but also have raised a standalone venture fund as well pretty recently, if I remember correctly. And so, I'm excited to have known them for that long a period of time. They also are seed investors in Fluence. So then they did that even before I was involved. So I won't take that personally, but it didn't have to do with me. But we'll find out what drove that investment a little bit later. And I think they're invested in over 70 crypto and blockchain projects. So deep exposure across the industry. So thrilled to have Christopher here. I guess let's first start, and if you could talk about kind of founding 1KX in 2017, what that was like, what you were thinking about, what you saw, and kind of how that's evolved.
Yeah, thanks. So, I mean, before we went into crypto, we were entrepreneurs ourselves. We were based in Berlin, and we were building startups in the mobile space. But eventually, we got pretty frustrated with that. There was a lot of platform risk that we were exposed to. Every time you were submitting an update to the App Store, you were praying to the App Store gods, that it would go through, and that they wouldn't reject it, and you would have to start from scratch again. And so we kind of got frustrated with mobile as a platform, and we were also thinking, okay, platforms come in cycles, roughly of 10 to 20 years, and we were thinking, okay, after mobile, what is going to be the next platform? And coincidentally, so this was early 2017, Ethereum was going through its first hype cycle around this time. And so, we've looked into Ethereum as a platform ourselves. And it really had everything that we wanted from a platform, right? It's open source, permissionless, censorship resistant. And those were kind of the three key ingredients, right? We were missing from the app stores and mobile as a platform. And so we were, really, deeply considering actually building on top of Ethereum. However, it wasn't.
Yeah. And for those who don't know, I mean, it's sort of obvious, but just 1KX, derivation of that name?
I mean, you know, for us, it was always like in the startup world, right? You have like this notion of, okay, you only fund it if it is like a 10x or if it is like a 0 to 1. And you thought like, okay, like with crypto and, you know, like blockchain, trustlessness, and all of these incentives, we can actually like enable like 1,000 times better applications. That is like where, like, yeah, like went into where resource provisioning networks.
Right, like crowd rate and is generating real revenue, which means you actually kind of get into.
Well, I mean, I think DePIN actually for the longest time was very like counterintuitive to a lot of investors. I remember when we were like working very closely early on with Evgeny from Fluence, but also with Sam from Arweave. We were like going to all the investors out there, like every single one, and we were pitching them Arweave, we were pitching them Fluence, and yeah, they said like no, most of them, all right. And then eventually, like things start picking up, and they all start to understand it, and they come around. And so I think like contrarian takes kind of like is a helpful a lot of investments in DePIN.
And are there sectors that if you were a builder you'd be focused on? Are there on it today? Not even that was only a subset of it. So I don't know what's coming next. Seems like telco is pretty well covered from the panelists and the people we've heard today, but there could be plenty more things out there. Any lessons you've learned from investments, like anything in particular that you've regret or wish you'd done more of? Kind of could be either way.
I don't know, like the moment you
billion is in as well, right?
That's how your brain works. You only remember the bad things.
Yeah, fair enough. And so any other lessons from companies, from founders, from people to advices for founders and companies? Like mistakes you see founders make.
It's like pretty general. I think, like for founders, I think it's very important, they shouldn't be afraid to go out of their comfort zone. We've kind of like seen like, the best founders, they've just been kind of like reinventing themselves, like if it wasn't, so don't be afraid of that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you can think of that markets evolve and blockchain crypto market 20 coins and they're different significantly over time.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
And I get, you mentioned, for a long period of time. I mean, I would imagine that's a big selling projects as you look to fund them versus other investors that may be more shorter term focused. Do you see that coming up?
I mean, not so much, I think. I mean, certainly, yes, some founders like tell us about funds, when, that have like that are like pushing them for like shorter lockup periods or something like that. But it doesn't really come up that often. I think, like everybody understands, at least, like in a professional VC space, right, that this is not, like a quick flipping game, right, that you really need to have like, that you need to be able to sit these investments out over multiple years. And yeah, I think like, at least on the VC perspective, like the space has matured quite a bit.
What about on the liquid side? Because on the liquid side, do you buy just on the market? Do you buy locked tokens from a foundation? That's where I would think the holding duration would be kind of more relevant.
Yeah, I mean, we sometimes do these things, a lot more opportunistic, but we still do them, through like a venture lens. We do them because we have conviction. Like in a certain, vision for this project. And then we also kind of like want to see that vision play out. And, we're not going to sell before that.
Fair enough. I mentioned earlier that you guys were early investors in Fluence. Can you talk a little bit about what you saw in Fluence that made you interested? Obviously way pre-DePIN narrative. Talk a little through that investment.
Yeah, I mean, back then, we've met Evgeny and Dimitri, like super two nerdy guys. And back then, like the space, back then, there were a lot more, I would say, I don't know, like very opportunistic folks in the space, like really promising, like castles in the sky to like everybody. And so what we kind of like needed to do back then is, like we needed to kind of like filter out, like, okay, who is like real about what they want to do and who's not real about what they want to do. And then with Evgeny and Dimitri, right, we definitely like, had the impression that they were like very serious about what they wanted to do. They had like the right technological background. They had like a great network from where they came from.
DAO and is now one of the governing members of the DAO, which is a big vote of confidence and Fluence, and for us an important step in decentralization to have kind of non-founders, non-employees as part of that governance. So I'm very excited to have Christopher as part of that.
Happy to help.
No, which is terrific. You may regret saying that when some of these on-chain votes come up and we've got to do some quick turnarounds, but it should be great. I guess some people here, there are other fund managers here. Any advice to people who are thinking of launching a fund or who do their own investing? You and Lasse have been partnered for a long time. How do you divide responsibilities? How do you think about,
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot more complicated, than it kind of like maybe looks from the outside. I mean, it's not just Lasse and me anymore, right? We have like 25 people now across like multiple dimensions at 1KX, right? There's like the whole operations angle of it. You need to kind of like comply with a lot of regulations. I'm constantly like just signing things all the time. There's a lot of like paperwork involved. You need to kind of like be able to read through like 80 pages of PPMs and stuff like that. That's very boring work. But yeah, we also have like a whole platform team like that is working very closely with the projects, right, that we're backing, from like the token
sponsoring an event in Berlin useful and is being used.
Yeah, glad it's helpful.
And I think that is it takes a certain scale of fund to be able to invest in those level of resources, especially at the talent level that you have. I think that's a real differentiator. A smaller fund that is just can't source, compensate, and then retain that talent.
I mean, nuanced actually. Like what I'm seeing, a lot of funds, they're really punching above their weight. They really want to make it to the top, and therefore they are putting in a lot more work. Whereas like a lot of like the very, very large funds, I think they're getting like a little bit lazy, and for them, they have such a big brand, they don't need to, like put in that much work, They will be able to get in your deal in any case. And so I think, like working with a lot of like, smaller funds can also be like very helpful. Because again, we really like to help work also like when we are doing round constructions for some of the projects where we're investing in. We like to complement those with some smaller funds as well.
And so do you co-invest with a number of smaller funds? Are there a couple ones you particularly co-invest with?
Yeah, exactly. So we co-invest with a couple of smaller ones. I don't want to say any names now, but if you ever like gonna receive a check from us, then I'm gonna like tell you those. But it's also like the same way that we started out, right? When we invested as a beginner, like we didn't lead any rounds, right? We invested consistently, like putting in more effort than every other investor on their cap table. Eventually, like these things spread to other founders, to LPs, etc., and that's how we were able to grow from there.
Excellent. By DePIN Day investor panel moderator veteran Rob from Blockchain. Here's the mic, Rob.
Okay, cool. All right, and as my suddenly shy panelists, they weren't shy until just now, make their way over and collect their mics. So what we're going to do is event sponsor Fluence. So
to solve the catch-22 situation. And recently, we did also a story protocol as well, which solves the IP issues to solve the real-world media and entertainment issues that we see. So, yeah, here we are. Yeah.
So June was telling me on his way over here, he actually went into the wrong building, and there's another DePIN.
For me, that's the most exciting part, that you can really accelerate these sectors.
I will just agree with everything and add on to that. I know that's a taboo. We're not supposed to do that.
It's giving me grief. Anyway, go ahead.
But I think the other thing, too, about DePIN that's incredibly exciting is that these technologies make sense. So there's a lot in crypto that I would struggle to explain to my
historical catalyst, but it wasn't commercialized. It wasn't mass adopted because the hardware wasn't there. Basically, mobile came in, laptops came in. Now everybody spends they spend on average 10 hours just watching on the screen. It tells how hardware is a catalyst to solve the scalability issues of software that we see on different chains. So I think DePIN that's what excites me a lot about.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So I love that. So we've got One, Anna highlighting the fact that DePIN allows attackers to disrupt massive, massive industries. Venture capitalists always like that. I loved your example because it's not just you can explain to your grandparents something interesting in the blockchain. You can explain to earlier the difference between, say, a software DePIN and a hardware DePIN, and some DePIN are passive in what the users have to do, and some are active. Are there attributes you guys, maybe not a hard and fast rule, but particularly like to see in a DePIN project? And maybe we'll go the other way this time. And it's okay if there aren't. I'm just curious.
Yeah, I mean, for investment for Screen, I look highly into founder market fit, because VC is people's business, right? So it's easy to scale from 0 to 10 theoretically to a practical resolution, but eventually you have to scale from 10 to 100. And where that comes is basically, it's a huge plus if the founder or the core team actually has driven from grounds up an actual revenue generated.
I'm very excited that he mentioned Daylight and Andrina. Those are two companies that we're very excited about.
I love how you are shielding your own portfolio.
Hey, he mentioned it first, so I'm going to highlight it at the very least.
I had to shield those friends too, you know?
We'll invest in Andrina.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so I think all three of us have it.
Well, no, we're in Andrina too. So it may. Are you guys all in Andrina?
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay.
I mean, just giving examples.
Say that would be. Anyway, let's get back on topic.
No, I think having a founder with product market fit, but also industry expertise is incredibly valuable. Another thing, though, that we've started to see as well is there's a rapid in technologies, right? So initially, a couple years back, we started seeing DePIN projects that were, focused on trying to set up their own nodes, trying to ensure that they had their own network, trying to run maybe their own blockchain, and now we're seeing shifts to other infrastructures, people building on Solana, for example, or building on an L2. And I think a founder that also has the ability to be malleable, to be moldable, to shift when needed and find product market fit is actually very, very rare and requires a deep understanding of the technology stack, deep understanding of the other infrastructure solutions that are currently being worked on. So in addition to founders with industry expertise, I think the ability to shift, the ability to be malleable, and to sort of see where market trends are going is usually a pretty hard thing to find it.
Okay, all right, great.
So when it comes to attributes, I'm mostly looking for networks that are leveraging existing hardware. So laptops, smartphones, any edge devices. So I'm more the light, like not really, like other networks where you have to buy hardware, because that's not a frictionless user experience, right? And then besides that, as the others mentioned, looking for teams that have complementary founders, so both having industry understanding as well as crypto tokenomics understanding. And then thirdly, we are always looking at tokenomics, even as pre-seed stage, how teams are thinking long-term, especially in DePIN. So I think these are the three attributes that I'm mostly looking.
That's great. So, I think I really like the fact you all mentioned team, right? Because it just shows that just because you're a DePIN project doesn't mean you can't escape the core things that venture capitalists look for. And I think just as the panelists just did, any VC worth his or her weight is going to tell you, well, it's always team at the top of the list, and everything flows from that.
How these are public goods that people use every day, right? Like these are the infrastructures that we're incredibly excited about. You mentioned earlier, like using an iPhone or using a computer to...
The spooky orbs in the Raffles place here in Singapore. So migrant workers who weren't able to afford the infrastructure in this country were able to scan their biometric data and also reap financial rewards as well. On top of that, why we invested into WorldCoins that Sam, basically
market or the space they're targeting or whatever. But are there things that look, just because it's DePIN doesn't mean you guys all, none of us automatically write a check. So are there things that are almost the inverse of what you guys shared a moment ago, where when you see it, you kind of go,
I think that because we're dealing with physical assets and physical infrastructure, challenges that arise. Verification, for example, is a tricky one. So you have an asset that's trying to provide some sort of service. Well, you have to verify that that service is actually being provided and being used. Otherwise, it incentivizes anybody to join the network to take advantage of that network, and that erodes trust. So there are definitely some challenges that still are being solved, depending on how they do it, yeah.
Either you guys?
I briefly mentioned tokenomics, and just to highlight again, because I think, especially when talking with pre-seed seed founders, to chat with them how they think about how they are going to incentivize the network, because what we see is, in a lot of cases, projects launch token before finding product market fit and having this, then they should happen. So even if you don't have crystal clear tokenomics at this early stage, we still like looking for teams that are thinking long term, because especially in this DePIN space, we want to see tokenomics schedules for the next 6 to 10 years, and not for the next 2 to 3 years.
It's so interesting, right? Because we're so used to seeing projects that seem to be looking about maybe 6 months down the road or till the next cycle. And so because these DePIN projects are so real, right, and they look like businesses as opposed to token. No, that's great. June?
For me, I think it's very simple. It's the UI UX point.
The UI?
UI UX is a big major bottleneck. I'm talking on the decentralized compute side a little. Like, if you want to host a model traditionally, you just go to AWS. You'll be just paying $20 easily, very seamless. But let's say, I won't give exact specific names, but on the decentralized compute, such as like we have IO.net, Akash, and Render, it takes multiple steps. You have to choose like which wallet, such as Kepler. There's different modular specification you have to choose. And that's why the conversion rate is actually lower than 1%, it's 0.5%. So that's where every user is churned out on the demand side. And I think UI UX has been solved, is being solved in the DeFi space with like intent-based executions like Acurast, CosSwap, and the Uniswap X and the likes. In gaming, we have like the token-bound accounts. We have the account abstraction that allows you to play games seamlessly without any MetaMask popping up in the middle. So I think UI UX needs to be solved down the road as well.
And maybe to follow up on that, can be to disrupt, roll out my hardware faster, or does it have to be like some of the people in this room, kind of attackers, small teams, and it's being used to disrupt, or could somebody, an established company, use a DePIN model, expand their footprint?
If you're an enterprise time, your service is going to be up. And they're a public company, right? They're incentivized to keep those margins high. They're not incentivized to offer a public good and to make that, accessible. I think what will happen is these decentralized compute networks, as they solve some of their challenges, they make usage a lot simpler and a lot easier, and sort of solve the UI UX issue. They'll force these companies to come into the DePIN space, because you make it into a competitive market. That's the beauty about these market dynamics being applied here, is that we're actually able to bring big institutionalized players, and we're able to bring them into the public domain. They offer fair pricing, offer pricing the way that we do, and I think that will just take...
It's presumably owned by a centralized entity, so that's a big part of what you're saying, right?
Yeah, and I want to add one quick thing to that and highlight something going on in the zk-TLS space. So companies like control their own data. They're enabling that authentication on-chain permissionlessly, using some very cool tech and some very cool math. But that speed up what we're going to see as the market forces trying to bring down pricing and make this just much more of a competitive landscape as well.
All right, so I threatened to let you guys ask some questions at the beginning of this, so I'm now going to do that. I'm prepared to keep asking questions, but I think we have 7-8 minutes maybe left, so happy to turn the mics over to you guys if anyone. Yeah, we've got one a couple right here in the first few rows, so we'll start there.
Hey, thank you very much. Hi, Celia, our DePIN project. We are, let's say, reaching the phase of maturity where we are going to scale up. So the question would be, are you guys interested in investing in a scale-up maturity stage or only on pre-seed, seed, pre-TG? Thank you.
To try to find a project pre-seed, seed stage, start working together with the founders, and then later onwards double down, follow on once you build up even higher conviction.
Well, because I'm referring maybe to this question and what Joanna said about in DePIN we should think about more business for a few years, and actually this is energy mobility use case. We are post-listing, our token is live, and we have revenue. Right now we are working on traction. And the question right now is how to chase...
Group is maybe, as you picked up on, and certainly this is the case for us, we're going to really your business more like a venture capitalist you might see from other sectors. And not that the token's not interesting, that's of course interesting, it's part of how we potentially monetize our investment. But so the answer is it depends. I think it's shifting. You're getting more and more business-minded venture capitalists in. But that is the tricky thing. You can fall in between where you're too blockchain for the traditional investors, like non-blockchain investors. And as soon as they hear blockchain or crypto.
Like AI training, AI inferencing, everybody can do that on their host as well. But
structure of the incumbents. Or might some incumbent come along and say, hey, I could decentralize my GPUs. Why not? I'm going to jump ape into this project here and then push everybody else out. But I think maybe the more interesting question from a DePIN perspective is there an emerging class of business models that to actually serve the interests of the incumbents, for example, XNet offloading data for big telcos. But I think there's a lot of models like this that are coming. And I'm just to what extent you as investors are thinking about this as either kind of binary, little guy against the big guy, or say big guy is trying to co-opt the space. What about the sort of intermediate regime of projects that are being spun up simply to address the needs of the incumbent, and perhaps in the long run to disrupt them?
I'm happy to kind of answer. I mean, if you, one of the things that's sort of been a pet peeve of mine, as I guess is obvious, as being, I bet you a lot, in fact, I know a lot more value was actually created wiring up every retailer that is anywhere in Singapore or in the US or in Germany or in making them internet enabled. And so, yeah, I think it's been, I think we've been philosophically misaligned, and as an industry, we're missing massive opportunities because we just sort of refuse to go after them. That would be my answer. And you seem like you agree with it, Nick.
Absolutely, 100%.
All right, I think if we had one more question, we could take it. Okay, great.
Hold on, let me move.
Thank you. Looking at the industry, we see a lot of nice projects coming up, and I just doubt that people are going to buy 20+ devices to put in their home. So how much is the combination or amalgamation part of the equation for you guys to invest in the projects?
So the question, like an example of DePINs where you have to actually buy the device, like at some point people are going to say, I'm not doing it anymore. I think you kind of answered this before, and you go ahead and just.
I mean, I personally, like, I'm looking more for hardware-light businesses where you can utilize hardware.
But if you then add more nodes into a certain area, you'll actually get rewarded less. And that's to ensure that you're able to serve the needs of the people, but not every single human being is taking tokens and getting rewarded for maybe not providing as much coverage. And so I do think there's this interesting angle. I mean, I agree with everything that she said as well with, using existing hardware. There's a lot of interesting projects building up, but I don't necessarily know that we're running towards a future where every single person will try to buy
different walled gardens into one overgrowing a DePIN ecosystem as well. Yeah.
All right, so I'll turn it over to our rockin' MC here.
Great. Well, listen, let's give a round of applause for this last panel. Thank you. And with that, we are just about to wrap up. I just have a couple closing comments to show you guys what happened today. We had, thanks to the sponsors, but we had 470 check-ins today. That doesn't random metric driven, but actually use, revenue, and traction driven. And then related to that, staking is live on Fluence. So get involved, get to the website, and participate in DePIN with us. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.